Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and final day of this World Rapid Championship. My name is Fiona Steil Anthony, and I'm here with Grandmaster Jan Ludwig Hammer. Jan Ludwig, what happened to the suit?
I'm doing casual Saturday. Uh, please don't read anything into it whatsoever.
Here, we'll try. We'll try not to read anything into it. I like how we kind of color coordinated without discussing it. We all both have that little touch of red. I think our fashion is holding up for a couple of old geriatrics here wanting the show. I think we're doing okay. Hammer, yeah, the last day of the Rapid, it almost feels like, hold on, there's still a chess tournament going on in New York.
We're gonna have a new rapid world champion in the open section, and then Yuan Yun might win the women's again. But yeah, something's gonna happen. Someone's gonna be happy. Someone's gonna be unhappy. And Hikaru's gonna try to win 4 straight games, but frankly, the odds of that happening are not great.
That's the hammer talking. The optimists, the optimists among us think that it is absolutely still possible, but it will require a huge score today. And I think in the first game, Hikaru playing with the black pieces against Brandon Jacobson, aka Mr. Visu, the infamous, nothing less than a win will do here.
I agree, and I'm expecting Hikaru to play very, very aggressively, even with the black pieces to try and get the win here.
And I'm
Can we
curious.
remind everyone and myself who's leading the tournament?
Let's do it. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there are 4 players at the top currently sharing the lead on 7 points. Those 4 players are Volodar Morzin, who won a heartbreaking game against Hikaru yesterday in the last round, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Arjun Erigaisi, and Alexander Grishuk, who has kind of flown under our radar a little bit. I don't think we've seen a single game of his so far.
He seems to be finishing quickly, so we never get to his game. But at the same time, Grishuk is kind of famous for spending all of his time. So I'm wondering, how is it that he's not one of the players in some kind of crazy time scramble towards the end of the round?
On the other hand, he is a former champion. I keep forgetting. I think it was Blitz, right? That he won?
Yeah. He is a world champion. But as far as I know, not necessarily in the rapid format. In my opinion, rapid is the most difficult time limit in chess because it has both the time that you can spend to think about your moves. You have a couple of thinking moments that you can utilize, but at the same time, you need to keep a pretty steady pace. And in blitz chess, you just have to go very
Oh
quickly.
my God!
Oh my
Sorry,
gosh.
Hammer. No, don't do this to us so early. I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and be all professional today. 1A4 is on the board. I can't have the giggles starting now at 8 p.m.
It's gonna be a long day. Okay, but
No,
I mean,
not rookie. Okay.
no, serious. Anyone can go A4. He doesn't follow it up with Rook A3. That is weak sauce. If you're gonna go ahead and play A4, you might as well give away the Rook.
I mean, now basically it's as if we had opened one E4, E5 when we wouldn't bat an eyelid, and then 2 A4, which is like, Hammer, you're the chess expert on this panel. What could possibly be the advantage of playing A4 in the opening here?
Well, actually, this is quite common. And for instance, against the Italian, which Hikaru has played quite a bit with his white pieces, having the pawn here on a4 is directly useful because very often white, or in this case, Hikaru with the black pieces, will rush their pawns up on that side of the board, which isn't really available after this a4 move had been played. So that's why Hikaru chose to go for the Spanish instead today. And the Spanish with the knight moving forward in the center, castling early on. The bishop gets kicked back, but we're fine with that. And now Hikaru can just rush his pawns up and get really nice pawns controlling into the center of the board. Yeah, no, this is just a very, very pleasant position for Hikaru already, I think. And I'm expecting, well, maybe he'll go with the knight here first, but knight there and then pawn up and then have the pawns controlling into the white half of the board looks like a pretty good start to the game to me.
Would you agree to say that by playing 1a4, in a sense, Brandon is putting even more pressure on Hikaru because Hikaru, we all know it, Brandon knows it, that he is kind of in a must-win situation. And 1a4, let's face it, it's a very provocative first move.
I don't know what you mean by more pressure, right? Hikaru
Of
was
like,
over.
you kind of have to beat 1a4. You're already a favorite, but then your opponent plays 1a4 and you feel like, well, I've got to punish this.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Hikaru is pretty happy with it because it's a game he needs to win. It's pretty good for him to just have the opponent give him a tiny edge with the black pieces right out of the opening. And the truth of the matter is, everything is playable. Like after pawn to a4, white is essentially just giving themselves. Wow, that's a crazy move from Hikaru. Very unexpected. Um, I did not see that coming whatsoever. We're gonna have to talk a bit about the chess. So Brandon made sure that if now Hikaru were to push his pawn forward, Brandon was ready to capture the black pawn in the center. Hikaru wants to recapture with his pawn, but that's not viable because then we will open up for the bishop to attack the king while the pawn advances to attack the bishop. So Hikaru couldn't play this f5 move that he really wants to, because also if he takes back with the knight, this gives white a very clear path to move the knight into black's territory protected by a white pawn there. So when Hikaru goes pawn to c5 instead, now you can take this, and you can take en passant. And that is three very different pawn formations, which is one of the trickiest things in chess, navigating the changes in how the pawns interact with one another. And all of these three decisions here lead to wildly different situations.
Okay, so my first question is, if you take on e5 or c5, it's only different if Hikaru recaptures with the knight, right? If the pawn recaptured, it would lead to the same, but that's neither here nor there because Brandon didn't go for either of the captures. Instead, he just castled. So now he's throwing the ball back to Hikaru and saying, are you going to take on d4? Are you going to keep ignoring the central tension? What are you going to do?
Yeah, and to be honest, it seems like a good move to me. It's not really clear to me what Hikaru was trying to achieve with this pawn advance, especially when he had such a nice plan of just pushing the pawn up on the other side instead. Okay, queen moves up. Now the queen is pointing in towards the white bishop, which means the bishop should move away. And now that the bishop is blocking its own rook, then Hikaru can go for the fianchetto here because previously he would have been a bit he didn't necessarily want to do this when white could try and open up on the queen side and try and open up for the rook along the edge of the board. So I think this is my thinking right now. The bishop is going to retreat, and then Hikaru is going to try to move his bishop into the territory that the white bishop abandoned.
But that line we looked at looked fairly promising for Hikaru, so I mean, bishop a2 might still be fine, but then after b6, yeah, white will have to come up with something other than a5. Rook
Yeah,
e1 looks like
you'll
a
move the
sensible
rook
move.
because you realize that there's a bishop about to be pointed against that rook, so you might as well move it ahead of time. And then we can get something like this. It's a very strange position. It doesn't really remind me of anything I've seen
Hmm. It's
before.
almost like we're playing freestyle chess hammer. Too soon?
Yeah, way too soon. Way too soon. I'm just getting yeah into the groove of the day.
Queen c7 and Jacob is thinking Fiona is definitely not wearing jeans. Fiona has been wearing the same sweatpants for as long as she can remember. Hammer is not being rude, no. I like Hammer. Hammer and I think we get along great. And if we didn't, you guys wouldn't be having as much fun as you're having. Isn't that right?
Uh, yeah, I guess it's true.
Okay, Brandon did decide to take on c5, and now a big question for Hikaru. How do you recapture? I guess you don't take with the pawn. You don't want to allow white to get that past d pawn. So the question was, do you take with the knight? Do you take with the queen? Hikaru quite quickly decided to go with the knight, opening up for
Yeah,
the bishop.
very clearly thinking about the future of the bishop and its ability to get into the game. I was gonna say I'm expecting the bishop to move out now, but the problem here is that if the bishop moves too far out, it's gonna get attacked by the white knight. So there are limits to how far out Hikaru should go with that bishop. One of the top choices from the engine right now is pushing the pawn to f5, which I'm a big fan of. I think in general, very nice to get the pawns moving through the center of the board, controlling a lot of the squares inside white's half. And in fact, here I think pushing that pawn even further would massively restrict the movement of the white knight, of the white bishop, and this would be very advantageous for Hikaru, which is why I think if Hikaru pushes the pawn forward, Brandon absolutely is going to have to push his pawn up as well, preventing the further advance from Hikaru.
And I mean, in this position after f4, if we now play e5, is there anything to be said for this passed pawn being a trump for us?
I don't think so. I think in general, it's very easy for white to blockade the pawn and make sure that it doesn't make it even further. And then white can try to utilize the 3 versus 2 number of pawns they have on the queen side. And you will gradually advance these pawns forward while the extra black pawn in the center isn't really getting anywhere. So it's a very tricky position to navigate. And Hikaru chooses to move the bishop far, far out, pointing down towards the white queen. And if the pawn just comes in to kick the bishop, I really don't know what Hikaru is intending then. Because I feel like this pawn is going to have to advance later on anyway. So it's not the end of the day if it has to move one step forward.
I mean, if Brandon now plays f3 and let's say Hikaru goes back to d7 and Brandon plays f4, could you argue that it's just the same as if Hikaru had played bishop d7 and Brandon had played f4 and And I'm
Yeah.
not sure why we included bishop g4 in that case, but
So f3 does happen. Hikaru retreats back. Brandon will go bishop here because he suddenly feels like, ooh, I moved my pawn. There's a diagonal that has opened towards my king, but I have a really nice and sensible way to get my bishop into the game. And now anytime Hikaru pushes his pawn 2 steps forward, white will blockade the further advance.
Hammer, I
with
had a
his
crazy
pawn.
idea. I know Hikaru just played b5, but can we go back one move? Was it completely insane to play g5?
Oh, for black?
Yeah. g5 and then f5? Okay, it was insane.
Well, I wouldn't discard
I
it
was
just
thinking
yet.
h6 and then f5 and let's go.
Yeah, no, Engine kind of likes it. Engine likes it that you kind of manage to achieve what you set out to achieve by advancing the pawns and preventing white from kind of stopping the advance as you go. So actually, let's keep that idea, even if Hikaru didn't choose it immediately. Hikaru went for pawn to b5, which I find to be a very tricky move. Because now I'm assuming white will want to take this en passant, but for some reason the engines prefer moving the bishop back way more than doing the en passant move, and I don't really understand why. It's just a very difficult position to fully understand what's going on. But if the bishop moves back, maybe now we can go pawn to g5. Is it worse now than it was earlier?
The computer really doesn't like it, but
Yeah, but the computer's always talking about this pawn to b4
yeah.
move, attacking the knight, which doesn't really feel like the end of the world. Surely, like, you're pushing here, they're pushing here.
I
Is
have
it
to
such
admit
a
I
disaster?
don't feel great about our knight on a4 right now.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said about white just pushing further forward, and you cannot take this one because of that bishop always on the diagonal pointing down against the king, with the pawn advancing to attack the queen as well.
Yeah, I feel like at some point I would like to, if we get the time to play king h8, a little prophylactic move just is to get out of that bishop's line of vision.
So is Hikaru struggling because the knight is lacking good squares? In which case, it was pretty unfortunate going for this bishop to g4 move, because as a result of first moving the bishop out and then going back, Hikaru provoked this pawn to f3, but that pawn is now taking control of one of the squares the knight could have used. If those moves were not included.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hikaru was regretting his choice of playing bishop g4 right now. I'm trying to think of a route for the knight to find back into the game that is a route that doesn't involve a4, but
this pawn to b4 move I think is very interesting. Because yeah, you're giving away a pawn, but you're essentially saying that I'll be able to take back that pawn later on. And even if white defends it, you get your rook over, your knight is going to be able to take the pawn, and then your knight finds a purpose. And also you can bring the bishop in afterwards. But yeah, Evalbar not a huge fan. Instead, Hikaru tries with his rook into the half open file. He moves his rook where there are no black pawns standing in the way of the rook trying to influence the game. And now queen to d2 is unfortunately a very obvious move,
but
but
why
also the
can't we just
recommendation.
play like a6 and knight b7 here? Let's say after queen d2. And I thought that if you play b4, that c3 is going to be a weakness long term. computer completely disagrees, but
Well, I feel like at any point you can push it forward if you really want to, right? Because the bishop is controlling here and the rook could as well. Hikaru's really struggling. What I find really interesting about the bishops is that when the bishops are in the middle of the board, like here, they're pointing out to the edges, which is why we're such a fan of doing the fianchetto, because it means that the bishop will actually be pointing in towards the center of the board. The bishops, unlike all the other pieces, basically, they thrive from actually being placed on the edge of the board. And I think these bishops and their inability to find a proper good purpose is part of the reason Hikaru would struggle here.
what did Brandon do? Queen d2. Okay, the obvious move. Okay, let's go back to f5, f4, and see what happens there.
Yeah, so pawn to f5, wanting to push further on. The problem, we're being told, is that there's the counterattack on the knight. Ooh, and notice this, Fiona. If now we try to attack the bishop instead of saving our knight, then the bishop takes the knight. Because we cannot take back with our pawn due to this problem we're having with the white bishop pointing down on the black king and the pawn moving forward to attack the queen.
Yeah, this bishop on a2 is such a big problem. What if we just play king h8 in the live position?
Okay, so then once again, I think our main problem is what to do with the knight. Actually, let me think. What if we do bishop back? Okay, then we kind of rescue the knight, but part of the problem here seems to be that white just keeps pushing their pawns forward, and they create this versus one situation on the queen side, and these pawns are actually quite dangerous. And the white bishop is fantastic pointing in this general direction. So one of Hikaru's mistakes was pushing this pawn forward, which then gave a hook for the white pawns to grab onto and try and open up in this area of the board where white had more pieces pointing than black, or at least is gonna have more pieces pointing with the rook joining in on the fun.
But we're now finding ourselves in this situation that I was talking about. I wonder how difficult it is for Hikaru. I don't think he loves his position. We can see the computer really likes it for white. And you're thinking, how the hell did I find myself in this situation as black when white opened 1a4, and it adds to kind of, I think if it were me, it would add to some kind of tilt of like, it's not pleasant to find yourself in a bad situation anyway, but especially not when your opponent played 1a4.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I guess that's part of the reason why Brandon did it to begin with, right? Not because it's going to push Hikaru into going crazy at the beginning, but because if he gets a decent position later on, Hikaru may start thinking about, am I really going to lose? Like thinking consequences rather than being focused on the position at hand.
Yeah, because I mean, there is like, this is not a game you want to lose anyway, but losing it to 1a4, you know that this will be talked about, everyone will be going wild, like Hikaru losing to 1a4. And that is something I think that's very hard to shut out of your mind while you're playing. But anyway, we have moves coming in, and rook fc1 is being given a miss, but I'm not too sure why.
Yeah, me neither. This seems fine still for both players. We've seen the plans that were being advocated earlier. All had to do with white pushing the pawn forward to open up on this side of the board and create a few further path for the white pawns to get even further forward. But then the big question now is, after takes, is there anything we can capture here? If the knight takes the pawn, then the rook moves in. Rook attacks the knight, but the knight cannot move because of the queen behind, and we cannot push our pawn to support the knight because the white pawn is standing in the way. So we can't do that, and we can't take with the queen either, because then we leave our knight undefended. So Brandon can continue his advance of the queenside pawns in this instance, but then after takes, there is this move bishop forward, with Hikaru just basically blocking the pawn's ability to push further on with pieces standing in those pawns' way. And even though the eval bar prefers white in this situation, I'm not really seeing the massive immediate danger.
Yeah, I have to admit I'm also a bit surprised that the eval bar is so high up in White's favor, when the lines we've looked at, yeah, they're not great for Black, but they are not that worrisome either. And C4 is played by Brandon. Does
Hikaru
Hikaru
could.
have to take? Yeah.
I think he has to take. I think allowing this pawn to continue further forward would be absolutely disastrous. And it would also make White's position pretty easy to play. So, say Hikaru just sits here. I think the pawn, oh, well, actually, sitting there that way was kind of clever. Because I just saw the chess engine suggesting this pawn move on the edge of the board. And I was like, I think you can still just continue forward, right? Because this is just going to absolutely destroy Black as they move forward. But I may have accidentally prevented this idea by moving the bishop back first, because now if the pawn pushes forward, that pawn is clean for the taking, because now the pawn advance will no longer attack the black bishop as the black bishop escaped. But Hikaru tries to take, so Hikaru tries to create a new blockade of these advancing pawns. Hikaru is trying to push his pawn up to the a6 square. If Hikaru was able to do this, he would have so good control of that b5 square, make it impossible for the white pawn to continue its journey further forward to become a new queen. So pawn to a6 is screaming out to be played, because it prevents the black pawn from gaining control of that important blockading square. And then maybe you can even get the rook in and try and take control thereafter.
But now suddenly we have a new outpost for the knight, not on b5, but maybe on b6 via the corner square of a8.
And we can even get the bishop here. This bishop hasn't really been doing much,
Yeah.
but if we could get the bishop involved in that way, that would be fantastic. So in that situation, that would actually be an advantageous position for Hikaru. So it can very, very quickly change still. And in fact, no matter what Brandon does here, Hikaru will have this plan of getting the bishop around and try and trade with the white bishop, preventing that white bishop from pointing against the black pawn.
I feel like things are looking up.
Yeah, I'm thinking Hikaru's position is fine.
I think White would have to play very, very precisely here to keep an edge. This, at this point, is a blitz game with Brandon under 5 minutes, Hikaru under 7 minutes. And I mean, White has a fine position, but I think White has a little bit of a problem that he is spoiled for choice, and it's not so easy to come up with one plan. He actually plays knight c3, the computer top move.
That is a sacrifice of a pawn. Hikaru can come in with the queen, capture a pawn, pressure the bishop. But the problem is, when the bishop returns, the black queen is running out of available squares. If
But
it
I
moves
have
back,
h4. Ah, a7 is hanging. My
yeah, if it
apologies.
moves back to defend the pawn that has pressure against it, the queen gets stuck in the corner with the white rook coming in as a visitor with frankly 7 black pieces lined up in either direction. So Hikaru would be well advised not to accept the pawn gift and instead focus on this bishop maneuver to neutralize the white bishop.
So do we start with bishop d8? Do we start with knight a8? Does it matter?
I think I would start with the bishop. I'm not sure it makes much of a difference though.
Because I mean, what the one thing I will say in favor of knight a8 is, does it make sense to put the knight on b6 rather than the bishop?
Mm, but I just think the white bishop is a better piece than the black bishop. So after the trade between the bishops, I'll then get the knight over. So it's not a question of me not wanting to have the knight on this square. It's just a question of prioritizing the bishop first, because then I can trade a white bishop that's putting pressure on a black pawn against a black bishop that's being blocked by its own pawns. Okay, Hikaru moves the knight back first, opens up for the rook against the white bishop. The white bishop is going to have to move back. Okay, the white bishop does not have to move back. The knight instead moves into the center, opening up a defense from the white rook on the bishop. Gets a question mark.
And we're back
Hikaru,
in the game somehow, suddenly.
I don't know. Maybe Hikaru was never out of the game. But
Where
he
do
can
you go
easily
with the
win this, I feel like. He has done a great job of stopping this 2 versus 1 situation that White had going on with the pawns. And if Hikaru can then stabilize the position and gradually start advancing the pawns through the center of the board, that's going to be very nice for him.
Yeah, I mean, I am very happy to see this knight e4 move. As you point out, f5 will now come with a tempo when it comes. Hopefully it comes soon. How do we deal with the tension along the c file? Do we want to trade and play rook c8 and offer for all the rooks to come off, or what do we do?
I'm not sure. I guess I kind of want to go with the pawn to attack the knight in the middle, but I'm scared that the knight will somehow jump into my half of the board. Here, moving the knight over here was not good. Okay, Hikaru decides to... okay, so I don't understand this move. It ruins that plan I was such a big fan of with the bishop maneuvering over to the other side. The only thing I can think of is that he wanted to have the bishop move back. Oh, he wanted to push the pawn. There was an interesting trick here that if he immediately attacked the knight could actually sacrifice itself moving forward. And then giving up a knight for just a pawn, white gets a winning position because these two pawns are so powerful, continuing through the center of the board. And actually here the queen gets trapped in behind her own pieces.
That's a crazy line.
So I think Hikaru saw that and he just wanted to prevent this potential sacrifice by making sure his rook was ready on this file if that sacrifice happened. Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. And then when the there's a Windows pop-up that is blocking my screen and I don't know how to get it away. The Windows
What did I call myself?
button.
Ourselves? Old geriatric.
Seriously, this thing is blocking my entire view of the screen. Oh, it disappeared. I had to click an arrow on the bottom right.
And then, Hammer?
And then it fixed.
No, I thought you were saying when you were talking about the position, you said, I understand now why he played rook ED8, and you left us all hanging.
And then Brandon just continued forward, after which this knight up here was no longer an issue, allowing Hikaru to push his pawn forward. I think, maybe.
Why
I
can't we play
still
knight c4 here?
I think because we just lose a lot of dark squared control. So after takes, I'm scared that the queen and bishop will work together against this last remaining black pawn. I'm terrified that this pawn gets captured, because then
Yeah,
there's
this
going to be
pawn gets.
no chance to stop the white pawns. So we kind of got to keep the knight here just blocking the path, but it would have been so much easier if we had gone with the bishop to trade off the white bishop, because now this white bishop remains being, super annoying on that diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, we're not gonna lie, this is not looking fun. How do we create some counterplay here?
Ooh, and now the knight that we have blocking everything is being traded off. Brandon gets a question mark, but frankly, that just seems like a good move to me, taking away one of the key pieces that's holding everything together for Hikaru.
And we really wish our rook wasn't on the 8 right now, so we could play bishop
Yeah,
d8.
it would have been so good. Like if we could just pretend like the rook was over here, then we could move the bishop back and keep everything defended the way we want it to be. But the rook is standing in the way of the bishop's optimal placement to kind of defend everything here.
Okay, but what about the top computer line here? We take on c1, and you can take like that because your knight would be hanging.
Ah, ooh, that's big. And if the queen has to take back, then we can use the rook to attack the queen, and then we can get our bishop defend. Everything we asked for, Fiona, it happened.
But has Hikaru taken?
He
Yeah, he did
has.
take. Ooh.
And then the rook moves over. And we have the path for the bishop that we wanted.
And okay, I think we can breathe a small sigh of relief right now, because without the bishop coming back to d8, white was gonna get a big passed pawn potentially on a6. But right now, I mean, this seems okay still. Time is gonna be a huge factor in this game. Both players under 3 minutes. Where does the queen go to?
There's a pawn potentially under attack in the middle of the board.
So a queen
So
d2.
I would go with the queen here, like Brandon did, to just keep that pawn defended just in case. And there's also the threat of the queen and bishop working together, putting pressure on the diagonal. So Hikaru may need to play the pawn forward to kick the bishop back,
But
so
maybe
that there's no pressure down here.
I like
But
f4, but should we not take, yeah,
yeah,
first?
no, it was part of the however story, but it was a but story, to everyone's dismay. But if you push the pawn forward, you allow the trade to happen under good circumstances for white, because we have to take back with the pawn, which opens up for the white pawn to have a clear path along the edge of the board. So what we have to do then is to first make the trade between the knights, then push the pawn up, attack the bishop, but then at least we've taken control of these squares so that the bishop and queen are unable to work together on the diagonal for the time being, and we can go back here and try and blockade everything.
The best but story I've ever heard.
Ooh, but Hikaru didn't go for the trade with the pawn to f4. And he has allowed Brandon to get both the queen and the bishop working together on the diagonal, which is precisely what we were trying to avoid. A trade, but ooh, that is not great. Hikaru feels forced to use the rook to defend the pawn on the edge of the board, but in doing so, that rook is standing in the way of his bishop. And now it's super difficult to stop the advance of the pawn next. Ooh, but on the other hand, Hikaru's getting ready to go pawn to f4, which will attack the bishop. The chess engine is giving a variation here where the bishop has to sacrifice itself against that last remaining pawn. But then their problem is that even though you've given up a bishop for just a pawn, you have cleared the path for these two guys, and they are kind of rough to deal with. Although, I mean, this is Hikaru does have an extra bishop in this instance, and he does seem to be standing in the way of the pawns moving forward.
Did Brandon play rook before?
He did. And Hikaru goes for the pawn. If Brandon retreats now, then Hikaru wins the game. If the bishop goes back, Hikaru brings the rook in, then brings the bishop, and suddenly there's just too many threats against White's position. So Brandon has no choice but to make the brilliant sacrifice. But even when you make the brilliant sacrifice, it's not clear how you proceed thereafter.
Yeah, I think the sacrifice was kind of obvious, right? It's a brilliant move, but everyone would understand that if you don't do it, you're just gonna lose. And now the question is, how easy is it for White to take advantage of these two pawns? Because the position we just saw, when White plays b7, rook a7, it's not so easy to me to see how White breaks through there.
Doesn't seem easy at all. Keep in mind now, Brandon wants to capture this rook with his queen, because then when the queen takes back, he's ready to get a new queen. The only problem is that when the queen takes back, it's check against the king. So that's why he must move the king. He doesn't move the king. He moves the queen. Okay, so he's now trying to attack against the black king. So Brandon says, you're busy. Both your queen and your rook is busy trying to defend against the pawns. So I'm just going to take this opportunity to try and attack on the other flank. The recommended move here, Fiona, is pawn to g4. That is never happening.
Yeah, that is really not happening. If Hikaru can, I know it's a tall ask, but if he can activate his pieces, this might be okay. I know the bar right now says there is no hope, but I think it's a lot more tricky with 1 minute on the clock playing this than what the engine indicates. King h1, though, is a move that I'm still a bit worried will be played, just stepping out.
Well, but Hikaru's just going to be moving his king around. And then, so say the king moves, and say the queen tries to capture the rook. Anytime the queen tries to capture the rook, Hikaru can move his bishop to defend. And if the queen tries to move around a bit, there are some ideas where you can try to kind of readjust your position, where the bishop and the rook are the ones standing in the way of the pawns, leaving the black queen free to do whatever she wants. So Hikaru is making sure there's no sacrifices of the bishop against this pawn. And now he's just gotta, yeah, he's trying to.
I mean, the problem is we're up a bishop, but in a way we're down a rook, right? This rook on a7 is not playing whatsoever. So
okay, so Hikaru's just going back and forth. Brandon has 1 minute to figure out how to break down this kind of fortress-ish thingy. If Brandon moves his rook over to try and facilitate that his queen can move in to win the game, then Hikaru can just sacrifice his rook, and then he's going to be fine-ish.
What did
so Hikaru now managing to sacrifice the rook for both pawns would be a huge success.
Problem is we're running out of pieces to move. The queen cannot move, the rook cannot move. So we're just gonna wait with the king.
Yeah.
I think Hikaru needs to play fast here.
I agree. I don't give Brandon any time to think.
Yeah. Okay, waiting with the bishop also seems fine. I think Hikaru anyway has no choice but to wait.
Okay, I guess just go back. It seems like Brandon has a plan because he moved his rook over pretty quickly. Oh gosh, Hikaru's moving the bishop. I kind of like this because now he could be creating a checkmating attack with his bishop and queen working together.
Okay. I think with little time, this is actually a good idea to go on the counteroffensive. And if you can just even make your opponent a little bit nervous.
Wow, that was a brilliant move according to the engine. He sacrifices another rook, but if that's taken, it opens up a check against the king, and then the pawn, 3 pawns against the rook. The pawn sacrifices itself. Ooh, but it lands into a counter checkmate. Oh, do you take it? Hikaru's just keeping that bishop close to the king. Okay, they're being generous with the exclams right now.
Yeah, but how do we hold on to d6?
Well, I mean, we take the rook because now there's no longer a check on the king. So we take the rook, push the pawn up. Oh no, now they have the queen back into defense. That's the big difference. Okay, Hikaru doesn't. Oh, Hikaru gets the opportunity to sacrifice his rook. He gets to sack his rook.
He has to do it.
No, but he loses the bishop if he does. There's no way to defend both the queen and the bishop. Okay, I was cheering way too early for that. Hikaru is about to lose a rook and a bishop in trade for 2 pawns. And it's still the recommended move because that's how powerful those pieces are. And now the queen comes in. The queen comes in and there's nothing Hikaru can do to stop the pawn. Wow, those white pawns. What a monstrous performance from them. Hikaru moves the rook back. Ooh, it's a trick. He wants checkmate? No, it's not checkmate. The bishop is there. And Brandon doesn't even take, wow, he doesn't even take the rook. Because now he's going to sacrifice his own rook against the black bishop. Hikaru is 1 move away from constructing his fortress, moving the bishop back. Yeah, he did take. Brandon legitimately got 4 double exclams in this game. And the 2 pawns decide it. The rook is unable to deal with 2 pawns that are both 1 step away from becoming a new queen. And Hikaru has to resign. What a game.
I'm in shock. Hikaru did resign after rook c5. That was pretty brutal. I mean, this was really like this was a demolition. Hikaru never really got into this game, and it makes me wonder, you know, how tough it is to play for Hikaru with everything that's going on. That doesn't take away, I think, from Brandon, who did play a really a brilliant game. Hammer, a tough start to the day.
Yeah. How are the guys up top doing?
Jan Nepomniachtchi won on board 3. The top 2 games are still going. Let's check out Grishuk against Erigaisi, where it looks like Grishuk is going to take the Seoul tournament lead potentially.
Wow.
We haven't even talked actually about the side plot of the FIDE. What's it even called? What's it called, Hammer? Like where Erigaisi and Karana are fighting for the
The
spot.
fetus circuit.
That's the one. That's a plot that's completely been neglected with everything that was happening in New York yesterday, but this is gonna be a serious blow to Arjun's chances to qualify to the next candidate event via the circuit.
Qualifying to the candidates more difficult than winning it? Question mark. Probably not, but it's not too far off. There's always a lot of players who are in close contention, and some players who never really make it to the candidates despite being very, very, very good. There's only 8 spots, and there's way more than 8 very good chess players in the world, so someone has to miss out.
Yeah, very tough. On board 1, the game is still going between Murzin and Duda, but barring any big blunders, that is headed for a draw. So with a win, Grishuk will be the sole leader here with 8 out of 10 and 3 rounds to go.
Huge
Maybe
for
the winning
him.
score will be 10 after all. What do you think?
Huge for old people. Huge for the geriatrics.
Yeah.
Alexander Grishuk is one of the few, very, very few players who have managed to make sure that Magnus Carlsen does not win a World Blitz Championship. In fact, I think Grishuk might be the only 2-time World Blitz champion other than the 7-time, 6-time Magnus, which is
That's,
quite the performance.
yeah, I never. Oh, okay, let's go to board 1. Sorry, Hammer. Because Duda just blundered in the endgame against Murzin, and Murzin is going to keep pace with Grishuk suddenly. Maybe we can just rewind a couple of moves.
Well, you said this was equal.
I looked at the eval bar, Hammer.
You looked at the eval bar. White had 2 pawns who were both 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. Both players rushing forward. Duda just continues on his flank. And when the rook comes in to give a check on the king steps forward to attack the rook. But Merson just ignores the threat to the rook, continues forward trying to get a new queen. Duda then has to use his rook to prevent the new queen, but then there's a second pawn. No, there's not a second pawn. Oh, that's even better. Merson, wait, Merson is gonna use his king to help the pawn. The black rook is gonna have to take out the white pawn, but then the white rook takes out the last remaining black pawn. And at the end of all of this, white is left with a pawn with a king to support it. And it's going to be a new queen. Rook over here, take out the dangerous pawn. And Merson's got this one in the bag. He's taken down Naka. He's taken down Fabi. And now he's taking out Duda as well.
What an unbelievable performance by the 18-year-old. He's still gonna have to convert this, but it's an easy job with the C6 pawn.
Well, apparently king back is the only winning move. I don't understand why. And he finds it. Yeah, he needed to make sure that black was unable to capture this pawn with the king because then the king would be able to get close to the last remaining white pawn. So he needed to go back with his king because if here the rook was just going to keep checking. No, apparently this is winning as well. Okay, never mind. It didn't matter, but he did it well. And now the king moves in front of the pawn. The rook will make sure that the black king is unable to get close. And we will use one of those classic Lucena building a bridge positions.
Yeah, these are the classics here. I think Volodar makes sense that he's spending a bit of time, but I don't think you'll have any problems converting this. For Duda, the second heartbreaking loss, well, the previous one wasn't a loss, but I remember the game he played against Sam Savian, that completely winning endgame, which he bungled, allowing a threefold repetition. And we see Volodar just bringing his king in.
The black king is able to cross this magical D file, but the white king is there to just keep control of the squares that's needed to get that pawn forward and become a new queen. And now the white rook will come in, check the king, force the king away from its defense. And then it is just a matter of building, of building the bridge with moving the rook up. And now we're going to see bridge building in action, Fiona. Actually, you might want to give this check first, I think. First, you give the check, then you move the rook up. Do you know how to build the bridge?
I've learned how to build the bridge.
Do you still remember it?
I think if push came to shove, but here it's easy now that the king is further removed, right? Like, do I just go rook e5?
This is the way, Fiona.
And then I go
The
rook
kid
d4.
knows.
No,
No, then now you move the king out.
that's the one, exactly.
And then you have to move the rook up later on.
Build bridge, civil engineering. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Now we see the bridge in action here. King c6, king d6, and after another check, the king goes to c5 so that the rook is able to bridge the gap, stop the check there, and allow the pawn to queen. A nice technique by Volodar Murzin. Grishuk
Why do we call it build a bridge? Should we be calling it something else?
Let's rewrite chess history.
Okay, the rook moves up. The rook is ready to come in, and Duda resigns.
Grishuk also won his game. These two haven't played each other, by the way, Grishuk and Murzin, so they will be facing off next. I think if their game ends decisively, there is a chance we will not be seeing playoffs today. Let's remind everyone, if there is a tie at the top at the end of today, there would be a playoff to decide the new world champion. But I'm starting to think there is a chance someone is gonna run away with it after all, if Grishuk against Murzin ends decisively. Let's see what is still. There are no active games right now. Everything is over.
Oh, we're only on
How?
move 77.
I know. I'm in shock. Everything is finished.
Do we have some of the girls' games?
I doubt it, but let's see.
I'll go check.
We do have some girl games. Plenty. Ah, they started later. The top game that's going is Madame Grishuk, Katerina Lagno, on the verge of checkmating Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Big tournament for that family right now.
Yeah. I mean, is there anything? Knight e2? Do we take the... We have to take the knight, yeah, otherwise we get mated.
So the computer is telling me. Also, it is a free knight, though. So it made some sense to capture.
I mean, it's an extra piece right now, right? And the black king is still in some trouble. I like how
Maybe
the computer is
centralize
just...
the bishop.
Yeah, I like that the computer is just suggesting the greedy approach. Just take on e6, take a pawn.
Yeah, I would be a bit nervous.
But the
And the
bishop can
fact that
always
the bishop,
block, right? Yeah.
I suppose, but there's also my
Yeah.
king is on a dark square. They have a dark squared bishop. King up, that seems sensible to me. Put your king on a light square when your opponent has a dark square bishop and keep the rook from the side protecting the king.
Hammer, there is already, I saw from the corner of my eye in the chat some drama. Let me see. Oh no, let's go back to the open. Suddenly, I think my chess.com was bugging out. There are still some games going. One of them is our friend Christian Chirilla, member of the Athletes Commission.
I've been doing some research, Fiona. I now know a lot more about the Athletes Commission than I did yesterday. Yesterday, I said, isn't that one of those commissions where the World Chess Federation just decides who they want to put on it? And I am intrigued to say, apparently it is not. Apparently, they've created some kind of voting system so that you vote for player representatives. But the voting is organized by FIDE. I guess that's fine. The only problem is there doesn't seem to be any record of any votes ever happening in the commission because they're supposed to be 10 player representatives in the athletes commission, of which the black player here, Chirila, is a member. But there's never been enough people wanting to be on the commission, so there's never been an election, just that everyone who said they wanted to be a part became a part.
Hammer, while you were talking about the Athletes Commission, I got Jaren on the job to pull up a tweet of your fellow countryman, Mr. Johann Sebastian Christiansen, courtesy of Aurora in the chat, who drew my attention to what might be Gene's Gate #2. So there is the tweet on the screens. All it says is outfit of the day, the same caption posted by a certain Magnus Carlsen yesterday. And it looks very much like he is on the way to the tournament hall in that picture. And his game did not happen. He was paired against Eric Rosen. But let me refresh chess results actually to see, because on chess.com there was simply no moves, but there's also no results on chess results, because I mean he should be allowed to play one game, right? Find $200.
That's our understanding.
That's our understanding. So do you know Johann Sebastian a bit? Do you think this is some kind of protest?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, obviously he's doing it on purpose to provoke and get headlines. And it seems to be working.
The man has studied his marketing courses.
Someone suggested I should join the Athletes Commission, but that part of my research today was the disappointing discovery that I'm not eligible to be on the Athletes Commission. Because I am not in the last 3 cycles of the World Championship. I have not been qualified to any of the qualifiers or participated in any of the qualifiers. So I'm not eligible.
What would you do if you were on the Athletes Commission?
Yeah, that's the thing also. Like those commissions, it really depends on what FIDE is willing to kind of delegate of responsibility to you. It's not like you can, but at least you wouldn't have the situation where Sutovsky is going into the media saying that, oh no, all of these these dress codes have been approved by the player athlete commission, so this is what the players want. So it's not so much about what you would be able to do, but maybe then you would be able to not be the support that Sutovsky is hiding behind. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tricky topic. We still have 2 games going on, so let's just pull up one of them. Let's pull up Andrew Hong against Salem Saleh. Although that is just finishing up right now.
Should be a draw. 2 pawns against 1, all of them on the same side of the board. But on the other hand, we've seen some of these endgames we kind of thought were obvious how they should end, not end the way we were expecting. So Salem, with the extra pawn here, he is going to try to find a way to win somehow.
It's not the first time we've seen him try and grind out. I think it was round 1 actually when we were watching him. Yeah, I don't know. The game for me, it just didn't show up. It's in the. I see chat is saying it's a time scramble, but I got the same as you. No moves, which is why I thought maybe he didn't show up. But apparently, I think Aurora was saying that Norwegian TV has confirmed he's wearing dress pants. So the tweet probably was just for attention. Is there anything that you have to know to defend this endgame as white?
I mean, I would assume you don't want to allow. Oh, this is a pretty clean way of doing it, probably. Actually, I mean, this is a bit awkward, no? But I guess any rook trade is a draw because you can just shuffle the king back and forth. So as long as you understand that any rook trade is a draw, you should be very fine. Yeah, so now Andrew he's just gonna hide his king in the corner, and there's absolutely nothing Salem can do. The thing I was thinking, where if you're a bit careless, you can land in this kind of situation when the rook comes across and the king also kind of takes control of making sure that you cannot keep this pawn defended. That would be like the only way you can somehow mess it up. But this strategy of having the king behind and the rook just defending the king in from the side, that is very effective, and the game is going to end in a draw.
This is the last ongoing game, so for today we are sticking to schedule. I see a few people in the chat have brought our attention to the fact that Hikaru is being interviewed by Levy over at Take. Right now, I think we will be playing this clip for you during the break, so there is no need to go looking for it. We'll play it during the break and we'll discuss it once we're back. Our interview with Hikaru yesterday was certainly revolutionary, says MPB Music Hammer. What do you think about that?
I mean, it's just about letting Hikaru talk, right?
Yeah.
But that is the art of interviewing that some interviewers are not that good at.
I caught a lot of strays in the comments on YouTube. What's the first thing I saw today? I mean, it's such a tough spot. Like, obviously I wasn't trying to kick him off, but I think I was just too gullible because whenever he said, I'll say one last thing, I genuinely thought that he wanted to leave, but I was mistaken. It was certainly a one of a kind interview. I don't think I've been a part of anything like this before.
I think even Solemn is realizing that there's not much hope happening here. Quite literally moving the king back and forth will suffice here. There's nothing black can do to even make a trap.
We might see 50 moves.
How
Unless,
how far away are we?
yeah, actually,
A
that's a
pawn
very
was captured on move
move 100.
100. So we can go like this for another 30 minutes.
No, 30 moves.
30 moves. Sorry. But
You
it's
scared
it's
me.
also it's also way too long given the simplicity of defending this.
I think what's going on, we can see, you guys cannot see it right now, but we can see the kind of eval bar throughout the game, and it looks like Salem was winning for large parts of it. So I think very often playing on forever is also frustration more than anything else.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, they now had the same position 3 times. They now have the same position 4 times, and they have agreed to a draw.
And I believe this was the last ongoing game. So the next one is scheduled to start 13 minutes from now. So I think we are going to go on a break. I think we will play the Hikaru interview for you. Don't take my word for it, but do stick around. 3 rounds to go. We'll see you on the other side of this break. You there between Hikaru and Levi. What were your main takeaways, Hammer?
Well, I think I was surprised to hear that he usually is out of contention in the rapid already on day one. So he felt he had done unusually well, and had he beaten Merson yesterday, he would have been in the shared lead going into the final day. So clearly, he was a bit disappointed, and well, now after the loss here, it's over. There's not going to be a win for Hikaru in this event. Um, but he spoke about also how he feels like sometimes it's wasting time having to play without being in contention for first. And so I'm wondering what his approach is going to be for the final 3 games of the day, because now maybe it's mostly about energy conservation. But on the other hand, there's a rest day tomorrow, which we haven't really addressed yet
You
in
just
the
addressed it
broadcast.
in the interview yesterday, which was hilarious. So what are you gonna do on the? I like how he took that literally. Well, I'll,
I
maybe go
didn't know
to.
he had canceled though. I didn't know that he
Yeah.
had canceled the FIDE thing. I
Yeah,
thought he
no,
was
I
doing
know.
that because he was announced to be doing that at some point.
I know,
Apparently,
and
without FIDE having secured a deal with Hikaru
it
himself.
it was funny because he was probably like, "What's Hammer on about? Like, there's so much going on, and he wants to know what I'm doing on my rest day."
Yeah, no, it was not taken in the way I meant to. I should have been more specific in my question. I think is fair to say.
Back in New York, Hikaru didn't get an easy pairing. He is the top-rated player on 6 out of 10, and he is playing Daniel Dardha, the top Belgian player who's on 6.5. Dardha, not an opponent to take lightly. Among others, he drew against Magnus Carlsen in this event, so this is very far from a walkover. I think Hikaru's approach is mainly going to be he's going to be playing quickly. Any pressure is off, and that could go absolutely either way.
Yeah, a very fast play. Basically, he's already going to start getting into blitz mode. I would not be surprised if Hikaru ends the game with more than 10 minutes remaining. I think he might as well just feel like, okay, I'm going to change. Because sometimes it can be difficult going from one time limit to a different one. And so maybe this is the opportunity to just get the body ready for we're not going to be thinking anymore. Now we're just going to trust our instinct throughout.
By the way, I'm very confused because I have the FIDE stream open and it looks like games have started, but there are no moves coming in any games on chess.com. So I don't know
Oh
what is
no.
going on.
Well, yesterday, it must be said, a lot of things happened, but tech issues was not one of them.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, maybe we would have been better off if there had been some tech issues.
Oh, Garspawn is saying it hasn't started. Then what? I mean, they are showing a game on FIDE with both players around the 15-minute mark, which looks very much like the start of the new round to me. That's because of the delays they have. Yeah, but surely the FIDE stream is delayed as well.
That would be one of a kind.
Wouldn't even be that. Nothing would even surprise me at this point. I've not started on you. Then what am I? Oh no, I wasn't on the live. Never mind. I was watching so
You didn't think to check that before you started talking about this?
no, absolutely
No.
not. Okay, I am now back on the live feed and I see the players taking their their place. And we will start any moment now. The geriatrics back in full force.
Speak for yourself. I'm just, struggling with technology, but that doesn't make me old.
Yeah, this one, it's an interesting game as well because for Hikaru, there is not really much on the line any longer. But for Dardha, I mean, he might feel like this is a great pairing to get a Hikaru who, isn't playing for much. Because with a win with the black pieces here, he can still hope for a podium finish. And he's in a very different mindset. I think for Hikaru, it's very much first place, at least a podium or nothing. While for Darda, any top finish
Top
is
20
worth
is great.
something. Yeah.
Top 40 is great. What is it? I think there are like 40 prizes.
Really? I didn't even
Yeah.
check the price structure. Anyway, we have liftoff, 1e4 on the board and c5. Hey, this could get interesting.
A Sicilian defense, and so far our prediction of Hikaru playing ridiculously quickly is not really working out. He's spending time on, well, or maybe we're just getting the moves with a 10-second kind of delay. Hikaru is trying to build up his pawns in the center. This pawn to c3 move. Normally you do this on move 2. Hikaru's now done it on move 3, having included 2 knights getting into the game. But basically, he's going to use this pawn to control this square and push a pawn up there. Or at least so I thought. What is this, Fiona?
Yeah, I was expecting either, I was expecting one of the main moves, which I think are d4 or bishop c4, but a3, I've never seen here.
He's trying to push his pawn up. So I think basically he's trying to push his pawn up the board to kick the black knight away from controlling in towards the center of the board. And then the big question is what happens if the pawn moves forward to attack the white pawn in the center? And then I guess Hikaru moves the bishop out, pointing towards the king.
Let's see, what did Darda, did he play d6?
Yes.
Yeah, he did. And computer is not a fan of what Hikaru is doing. I mean, clearly his strategy is going for something unorthodox here, but I think it's what I said before the game. I think the Hikaru we will see for the last 3 rounds is a Hikaru where things could go one way or another. He hasn't played yet. Bishop e5 is the move you were suggesting. Can he also, I guess d4 is an option as well, but if he wanted to do that, he could just have done it immediately, right?
Yeah. I'm very surprised he's thinking. I really thought we were onto something when we said that now Hikaru is just gonna kind of refocus towards the pace he needs for the Blitz tournament. I'm really surprised that he's spending this much time in the opening.
If you're black now, how do you recapture on d6?
With the queen? I mean, either you take with the queen or you go pawn to e6. There's not really any middle ground between those.
On to e5?
I don't know. It feels wrong to me. Maybe you can do that. It's very aggressive, but it also allows your opponent to put pressure in towards everything you've put in the middle of the board.
I'm not surprised that Dardha is thinking here. He must be wondering what the heck is going on. What was this a3 about?
It was a very strange move from Hikaru.
I think he will probably just take. Oh, e5 wouldn't surprise me. You said it's very aggressive, but maybe that ties in well with the kind of game that Daniel wants to go for.
As I understand it, Dardha was very, very close to beating Magnus. In fact, he was like one correct move away from getting the win in that matchup. So he's been having a decent tournament so far.
And e6, one of the moves you had suggested, and d4 by Hikaru. I guess you have to take that pawn. I mean, that's the standard response in the Sicilian, right? Whenever white goes d4.
Take this, get your pieces out, get your king to safety. I'm noticing, not to kind of jinx us, Fiona, but we don't even have the same energy today as we did yesterday and the day before.
I think yesterday was just it was so much to take in, and I guess both of us, I mean, today, the whole day, I felt like a bit out of sorts in a sense, and it felt like the previous days it was like, okay, we're commentating chess tonight, and somehow today it feels like a different show almost, of like what's gonna happen. I think especially after the loss in the first round, if Hikaru had won that game, as long as we can keep that hope of like, okay, if he strings together, 3 wins or something, but at this point it's just, okay, of course we're hoping for a good finish for him, but we know, I mean, we talk to Hikaru every day. He said it in the Levy interview, his tournament is over. So it's tough to bring the energy when our guy, says himself this tournament is over.
But he is playing another tournament, right? On the 30th. So I just feel like this is such a good opportunity to try and adjust your frame of mind and just treat this as a blitz game.
Yeah, but you talk about frame of mind. I think that's exactly the problem. I think the problem is that Hikaru's mind is elsewhere.
He also did say in the interview that he maybe was a bit affected today by the events of yesterday. And it's difficult not to be, especially when you're right in the, like you and I, we were affected by it, like mentally, mostly through me just nonstop reloading my Reddit and my Twitter. But like we're not even in the midst of it. Whereas Hikaru, he's had meetings with these people. He knows so much more about what's going on. He spilled some of the tea, which I'm not going to do with my tea.
He spilled a lot of tea, to be fair, not just not just a bit.
Yeah. It's a weird expression, but I guess all expressions are kind of weird.
Today definitely feels a lot more philosophical. We're being a lot more philosophical than we usually are. Yeah, the game goes on though. Dardha did not take on d4. If you played a3 as Hikaru did, then I guess the follow-up should be c4 when the knight cannot jump to b4.
Yeah, or you could take the pawn now and go pawn to b4. But in either case, this pawn move on the edge of the board, which you played really early on, it's gonna have a role to play. And Hikaru is going to be able to advance his pawns on that queen side of the board. And then, maybe we've just witnessed what can happen when you have advancing pawns on that flank, especially supported by your pieces, and one of your pieces even sacrificed, not to rehash too much of the bad memories of the previous game against Brandon Jacobson. But having this 3 versus 2 on the side of the board is definitely something you can utilize to win chess games.
Absolutely. I'm really in shock at how much time Hikaru is spending here, I have to say. Okay, he does take, so he will go for this b4 push, I guess.
Yeah.
But, and then in that line where you pushed b4, c4, one big question was, do we trade keep queens or do we keep them on the board?
Yeah, that's a big question. I'm gonna leave that one for Hikaru. So I'm expecting pawn up attacking the bishop. I'm expecting pawn up attacking the knight. And then, as you say, Fiona, do we want to trade queens? Do we not want to trade queens? I guess not trading queens could be nice, but there is a concern here that we still haven't gotten our king to safety. And so you can tell here from the fact that black can just push forward in the middle of the board and just really start an attack already with the white king a little bit exposed. That could be a bad idea to avoid the queen trade. Instead, Hikaru doesn't even start pushing the pawns. He says, I can do that later on. And he prioritizes getting his king to safety first. That seems sensible to me because he can always push these pawns up later on. But as we saw in that one variation we did look at, there could be some problems with the king stuck in the center of the board as black advanced forward. And now, if black advances forward with the pawn, Hikaru is in a good position to make sure that nothing bad can happen. For instance, pointing his queen and bishop and starting a counterattack on black's king before black even gets running with the pawns through the center.
Instead of e5, can Dardha go a5 and try to fight the advance on the queen side a bit?
I suppose he could, but then there's a long-term weakness of this square. So if you go pawn to a5, suddenly Hikaru just changes his mind. And then he just starts putting a knight on a square where you cannot chase it away with any of your pawns. Seems like a reasonable thing to do still. Dardha, he just moves his knight back. Hikaru queen forward. Hikaru gives space for the rook to move in where the queen was previously and have that rook point down against the black queen. I'm really surprised at how Hikaru is holding back his queenside pawns and saying, yeah, I have this in reserve, but I'm not going to do it until I've gotten the rest of my pieces into the game.
It's not a bad strategy because you're always keeping black guessing, you're keeping black wondering, should I play a5? Am I worried about the weakness on b5? Do I just let the pawn storm come? I mean, black has so many options here, and no surprise that Dardha is burning time. What future do you envision for the black bishop on c8?
You're gonna want to fianchetto it. So you're gonna want to put your pawn one step forward and have that bishop work together with the other bishop and have both of them point down towards the white king. But right now, what I'm looking at is Hikaru's plan of rushing his knight into the center of the board, attacking the black bishop, and if the knight attacking the bishop is taken out, suddenly Hikaru has that artillery with the bishop and queen working together on the same diagonal. In order to stop those threats, black is going to have to move the pawn in front of their king one step forward, just having a pawn protected by another pawn, stunting the white queen. But at the same time, this will allow for the other white bishop to get involved and start making threats on the rook. And when the rook moves away, here comes the white rook in from the corner as well. So yeah, I think it's very astute what you're saying about this bishop is currently the problem in Dardha's position. And I was wrong when I said Hikaru's plan now is to move his rook into the middle. I think actually moving the queen up here is preparation for getting the knight into the center of the board. And Hikaru couldn't do that immediately because then the knight would have broken up the defense from the queen on the bishop. So he had to move the queen forward first. Now the knight is coming in. And when the knight does come in, it's going to be a problem to deal with the the bishop and queen working together on the diagonal towards the black king. Queen c7 doesn't really do anything to address what we've been talking about. I'm not liking Hikaru's pace. I don't see any reason for why he's spending so much time in this game. I really thought he was just gonna play super quickly now that he's out of contention for first, but especially in this position where his plan is so obvious.
Yeah, I'm very confused by what we're watching here as well. Both players really taking their time. This is only move 12. We're already around the 10-minute mark, but here comes knight d2. And the ball is back in Dardha's court. Still wondering, where is that bishop gonna go? Is there anything to be said for just putting the bishop on d7?
Okay, he moves his bishop back. The reason was that he's anticipating that the white knight is coming in to attack that bishop. And then Hikaru chooses not to push forward in the middle after all. Okay, so now Hikaru wants to have another bishop pointing down through the diagonal. So I think this c4 move Hikaru just played, it's very clear preparation of getting off these two squares to enable the bishop to point down. So right now Hikaru's planning to have the two bishops, both of them pointing against the black king, and hoping that's going to create some trouble.
I kind of
Hikaru's
like this
position seems,
position,
yeah, no,
yeah.
I kind of like it too.
Okay, let's see. Dardha thinking again. Is a4 and the a5 in the current position an option again?
Yeah, for sure it is.
Sorry, I meant in the live position. Yeah.
I'm not too big of a
Yes.
fan of this, because it doesn't do anything to prevent Hikaru's plan. Hikaru's plan essentially is to get the two bishops working together on the diagonals. And whether you prevent white from moving 2 steps forward or not, I don't think that has that doesn't really affect the game massively. Because either way, the main thing is that Hikaru will have the bishop pointing in towards the middle, which is, yeah, that's his priority, not whether he gets to push this pawn 2 steps or 1 step.
But now you have a choice. Is it gonna be 1 step or 2 steps?
Well, I mean, given the choice, I'll do 2 steps. But then if black spends a whole move preventing me from doing 2 steps, then I'll do 1 step.
So you expect b4 here?
Yeah.
b4, and then how does black react? I mean, I'm still not clear on what plan, because our plan is clear, you know, point the bishops towards the black king, finish our development, get the rooks probably to the center. But what about black?
Well, we got a lot of information with this pawn to e5 move. Because you asked, how are you going to get this bishop into the game? And Dardha just told us. He says, I'm going to move my bishop to the g4 square. So if Hikaru now had pushed that pawn forward, Dardha would work on getting his bishop back and around, neutralizing the white bishop pointing against the black king. Hikaru, he says, okay, I see what you're doing. I see where you want to move your bishop. And Hikaru says, I'm just going to prevent that.
I like Mihail's comment in the chat. Your voices get less and less loud each game Hikaru loses. Yeah, it's really what you said, Hammer.
Yeah.
It's not even the first time I've seen you have a tea since we started the show 2 days ago.
Oh, really?
But I know you're a big tea lover. Okay, here comes a5 at last. So what now, b3? Stick with the plan?
I'm honestly surprised Hikaru hasn't played this move already. How else is he going to get the bishop out? So b3 seems super obvious to me. Wow, knight out on the edge of the board. Ooh, there is a potential problem here with the black knight coming in. And not only is the knight coming in, you cannot prevent this, because if you move the pawn 1 step forward to control that square, then the pawn releases the defense of the other pawn, and that one can be captured. Number 2, even if you kind of deal with the threat of the knight coming in, attacking both the queen and the bishop, you also have to deal with the fact that black is now suddenly advancing the 2 pawns through the center of the board. So apparently pawn to b3 is just a mistake here because of that knight moving out on the edge, and Hikaru should instead try to put immediate pressure on the central pawn. Is that obvious? I don't think so.
On the other hand, rook e1 is attacking the central pawn, and it's not so obvious how black defends it. I don't think bishop d6 is a move you want to make. So what? Do you have to go knight
I think
d7?
there's also a point, Fiona, that if the rook moves in, knight moves out to the edge, the knight can now move to where the rook was previously, which opens up the bishop's control of the square that the black knight wanted to use to.
Yeah. I like rook e1 the more I look at it. And Hikaru made a move. What did he play? Knight e4.
Pushes forward in the center of the board. I was thinking this is a bad idea because of the trade. And then if the queen comes in, working together with the bishop, black has this ability to just take control, push the pawns forward through the center of the board. One of the major problems Hikaru is facing here is that black has a pawn in one of the 2 middle files, but Hikaru doesn't have that. And so if this one central pawn gets some support from another, that can be a problematic advance to deal with. Rook to d8. This is judged as inaccurate by the eval bar. And this is interesting. The move being suggested is knight to c3.
Which is a hard move to make.
It's a difficult move to make, but it's brilliant when you think about it. Because now you don't have any concerns about the knight maneuvering up, because the black knight needs to stay put in order to prevent the white knight from moving into the center. And also you avoid a trade between the knights, which would facilitate the pawn advancing, because in order for the pawn to advance, you need to get rid of the knight first. But by moving the knight back, it's difficult for black to make space for the advance through the center of the board. Hikaru instead tries to activate his rook, but it's kind of the same idea-ish. Because if there is a trade now in the center of the board, the key is that you take back with the bishop and you threaten to take out the knight, because the knight is one of the few defenders of the very important black pawn in the center of the board.
I still like what Hikaru is doing. I mean, this is really not what we're expecting. Suddenly, after rook e1 and the trade on e4, we're looking at a blitz game here. The players are down to 5 minutes. They haven't even made 20 moves, but the position, okay, it's nothing special, but Hikaru has a small edge, which in a way I'm happy to see, because what it tells me is that Hikaru is not on super tilt, at least. He didn't do any reckless. I mean, he is literally just playing a normal game. You know, I think this is the kind of game we would be seeing if he was in contention. So I think there is some positives to be drawn from the fact that he didn't drastically change the way he's playing. Anyway, bishop e6, that bishop is finally out into the game, and wow, this is a surprise to me, but are we winning a pawn here?
We are. So that black knight was defending the pawn in the center of the board. Dardha made the assessment that I don't need to defend my pawn, because if you do capture it, I will have the two bishops working together. And Hikaru says, well, I think I can take the pawn anyway, because an extra pawn is nice to have. And so black now has the two bishops. They're very, very good. But a pawn is a pawn. So will Dardha be able to use this open file to put some pressure down against the white pawn? Only time will tell. And now Hikaru gets his bishop in a position where it's even pointing against this b7 square, which means it's going to be so much more difficult to have the rook pointing in and down towards the pawn.
I really like this for Hikaru. I think it's going to be very difficult for Dardha to drum up some counterplay against the white queen side here. I feel right now he has to move the queen. You don't want to stay with the queen on c7 in the line of vision of the bishop on f4. The question is, where do you put the queen? Do you go... Probably, I think you step onto the b file to immediately put some pressure onto b2. So the question is, do you go to b7 or do you go to b6?
I would say b7. I guess it's mostly to do with when your opponent has a bishop on the dark squares, you sometimes feel like your pieces are safer on the light squares.
Okay, there he goes. Queen b7 played. Wow, by the way, there was an interview with Arkady Dvorkovich on Take, 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 and apparently Dvorkovich said that Magnus wouldn't have been disqualified if he was there, which is kind of going against everything that I was advocating. Yes, I mean, I was saying surely this was approved by... But I I don't like what
Is
they are
it saying
doing.
that Djokovic says like um Emil doesn't have my trust anymore?
I
But
don't
yes,
know if,
also what you were saying, right? That
yeah,
implies that there are political considerations made in
I
rule
feel
use.
like I feel like the FIDE and their arbiters are trying to, what's it called? Like the hot, like throw each other the hot potato. Is that an expression? Like nobody wants to take responsibility because there was an interview with the chief arbiter where he said he kind of implied that he was disagreeing with the rule, but that he just had to enforce it. Like I think it's, if I'm honest, bullshit. Oh, if I was there, he wouldn't have been disqualified because you are the president of FIDE. So are you saying, well, we have those rules in place where it specifically says at the second infringement, if a player doesn't comply, they get taken out of the pairing? Those are your rules. You are FIDE. And now they get them, like, they get enforced. And you're like, well, I wouldn't have done this, but those are your rules. So yeah, I I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, H6, and the advantage is rising for Hikaru. He's still up a pawn. It's not clear how Dardha is gonna win the pawn back anytime soon, but the question is, how do we continue from here?
Yeah, it's also not clear how Hikaru has any benefit from that extra pawn. Because normally, when you have an extra pawn, what do you want to do with them? You want to get a new queen. But the problem right now is that any hope of rushing this pawn up the board is just going to stumble on the fact that black has this whole area under control. Queen up was a good move from Hikaru because he's saying, I'm just going to give up one of my pawns because I realize this guy is not really going to get anywhere. It doesn't have the support of my other pieces. However, this guy with the rook behind it, this guy is a prime candidate for becoming a new queen. It is supported by the rook. It has some support on its path by the white pieces on the king's side. And Hikaru is essentially trading off his bad pawn for one of, well, to be fair, one of black's bad pawns as well. But the difference is that bad black pawn was standing in the way of the potential push forward, trying to become a new queen, supported by the rook also.
And just to correct, apparently that's not what Dvorkovich did not say that, so maybe I shouldn't have relied on one sole source. Apparently he said that he stands behind the decision, but just that he would have handled it differently if he were there, which begs the question, where was he? Anyway, rook c8. And is the knight just gonna come back to e5? Is it gonna stay on c6?
I think if the knight moves, the rook is going to attack together with the bishop against one of the white pawns. However, the knight moves so that if it's captured, Hikaru can take back with the bishop and create the threat on black's queen, not to mention also pointing in against the black king. So the knight is safe for now, which means the pawn is also safe because the knight is keeping that pawn protected. And now for the next couple of moves, don't be surprised if Hikaru just rushes forward with his pawn, just trying to get that new queen.
This is looking fantastic. 2.5 minutes for Dardha. I'm trying to think about how can he best prepare for the pawn advance. I feel like the rook in the corner on a to join the game. Maybe rook a6, try and, yeah, I was looking at c6.
I'm looking at this a4 move because then when white pushes their pawn forward, you can use your bishop to block the queen's protection of the white pawn on the edge of the board. And if you just continue rushing forward, I was thinking now the black pawn could potentially be scary as well. That being said, I'm not sure I had seen. Is there some idea of sacrificing the queen in order to get the pawn forward? No, that would be a bad idea because then you both lose your queen and you lose your main asset, which was the pawn one step away from becoming promoting. So instead, rook to a7. So same kind of idea that you were talking about, Fiona. And Hikaru, he sees no reason but to keep pushing forward.
Offering a
Dardha
trade of
wants.
queens. Do we want to trade queens? If we don't want to trade queens, are we worried about losing the pawn on a3? Can we play rook e3 maybe?
Yeah, rook up seems to solve everything, right? Avoid the queen trade and keep everything protected. I would guess the queen then just continues trying to make a trade with the white queen. And, well, successfully so.
By the way, Schiller is saying that the more interesting thing from the Dvorkovich interview was that FIDE is still trying to get Magnus to play the Blitz and are in touch with him, and that they are positive in regards to his participation. Hammer, what odds do you give to Magnus playing in the Blitz?
I 15%, 20% maybe. I thought it was 0 yesterday. It would be a major improvement if this news is true. But I don't see Magnus participating in. No.
Yeah, I think after the statement he made, playing would be strange.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, Hikaru lost his pawn. How did that happen? So Hikaru wanted to avoid the trade between the queens. He moved his rook up, but like we had said, Dardha then continues chasing after the queen while also putting pressure on the pawn. Hikaru moves the queen out of the way, pointing against the black king, but abandoning his own pawn. And now, after takes, has Hikaru missed something? He must be relying on the bishop moving back, catching the queen and the rook on the same diagonal. But then the queen can counterattack against the white rook. But then the white rook can counterattack the black queen. But then the queen can just keep its pressure on the rook, which means that taking the black rook doesn't really do anything because it also abandons the protection of your own.
But it also means that if you take on c5, you need to see this whole line, which was too tall in order for Dardha, who doesn't take the pawn and instead plays king h8. I think that line, it was a beautiful line, but very tricky to spot with a minute on the clock. And now we are firmly back in the driver's seat. The pawn pushes forward to c6, where it cannot be captured
Did
any
you really
longer.
need to see everything there? Couldn't you just realize that how am I going to survive if this doesn't happen? Okay,
Yeah.
so I guess he believed Dardha that he was gonna be able to get both of his rooks pointing in against this white pawn, and so he felt it wasn't that big of a deal, allowing the pawn to keep pushing on. But now, why is the percentages so? Yeah, because now if the bishop tries to point against the king in the corner, then the queen is able to make this very, very important attack on both the white rook and the white bishop. So after rook to c7, the key move here, apparently, rook to d3. I don't really see what that's accomplishing, though. King to h2 makes more sense to me because you're expecting something like bishop takes, rook takes, and then queen comes in with a check against the king. So it makes a lot of sense getting the king out of the way. Hikaru moves the rook to protect.
Makes sense as well, no?
Yeah, one of the benefits of this is that it defends the white rook on e1, which means you're able to move the bishop out on the next go. Because then you're not scared of, so say something like this, you're not scared of the queen coming in, attacking against both the bishop and the rook anymore, because that rook is protected. The two rooks are working together.
I still think that, okay, what did Dardha do? Bishop g7. I think Dardha is running out of, or does he want to push f5? Surely not. I think he's
No.
just waiting. He has too little time and he's waiting to see what Hikaru is gonna do.
So Dardha essentially has gotten control of the white pawn. His problem is that if he wants to take out the white pawn, he has to take out the knight in the center of the board. But now, because he pushed his pawn 2 steps forward in front of his own king, and it has since gone even further up the board, he can never really trade away the one piece that's still close to the king and keeping the king safe. So the bishop cannot trade for the knight, which means the knight will keep protecting the pawn, which means that the two black rooks are looking like two big idiots in terms of just being completely shut out of play by a singular white pawn.
But now suddenly after h5, and I'm not understanding this. I guess Dardha's idea this whole time was to find the right moment to take on e5 and then take on c6.
Yeah, and I think there was a good moment here because Dardha had the opportunity to go for a trade of queens.
This is clever.
So it has to do not so much about the trade of the bishop versus the knight. It's about being able to attack both the white queen and the white bishop afterwards, thereby forcing a queen trade. And now that he didn't do that, he's kind of moving back and forth, but not accomplishing much because Hikaru still has that situation with bishop taking out the knight will never really work out for you in the long run.
Yeah, I feel like we're inching closer and closer now. What's he gonna do here?
Well,
Just give up the exchange?
oh, I think maybe he even forgot that the rook was under attack.
I think he might resign here.
It's a weird game. Dardha just did not play this very well after the opening. Hikaru just took a pawn and won the game. It doesn't need to be more difficult than that, Fiona. Why don't we just do this in our games as well?
I don't know. Great question. The game is over. I'm very happy Hikaru got the win here. Game board 1, by the way, Murzin against Grishuk ended in a draw, as did board 3, Firuja against Dubov. Let's go to board 2, Nepomniachtchi against Yu Yangyi.
Nepomniachtchi is in trouble. He's down a pawn, but also his two remaining pawns are not working together. They're not able to defend one another. On the other hand, now every time Yu Yangyi moves his rook back to attack one of these white pawns, Nepomniachtchi will be able to move forward with his king to keep the pawn protected. For the moment, moving the king up is not a good idea because that will lead to checkmate from the corner of the board. And now both players are kind of just sitting around waiting for Yu Yangyi to get his king involved. And I'm starting to remember, Fiona, that we've seen Yu Yangyi win an endgame with an extra pawn not too long ago. He won that endgame against Aryan Tari.
Oh, that is true. The Norwegian suffering. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah, Jan is gonna have to defend this one. I never know with these endings. When you look at the just the engine lines, it this, but I don't have a good grasp of just how tricky or easy it is in practice.
Jan is definitely exuding a lot of confidence the way he's playing here. And the pace with which he's moving, he's just increasing his time advantage. And he does look like it's going to be a trade of pawns pretty soon if he chooses, because he can always push this pawn up and just say let's make a trade. For now, I think Jan though he's happy to just keep the status quo right now, because he feels like there's no need to move up and trade off the pawns, because this white pawn is actually doing quite a nice job protecting the king from checks in from the side.
Yeah, I think this game should really end in a draw. Do you want to stay here or do you want to?
No, I'm happy to declare this a draw.
Let's go to Erigaisi against Abdusattorov then, where Arjun.
Fiona, what just happened?
Nothing.
Okay, it was just
The system tricked us.
Yeah. Something being
Arjun
weird.
is in a winning position against Abdusattorov. It is huge for him. If he wins this game, he will come back within half a point of the leaders. And another man who just got back within half a point of the leaders is Lenny Dominguez, who just won his game against Brandon Jacobson.
Wow, look at this. Abdusattorov allows Erigaisi to go and get a new queen, but if a new queen is made here, the rook will come in, check the king, and take the white rook in return. And then black will have a pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen through the center of the board. Oh, wow. And Erigaisi just decides not to. Could you not capture? I don't understand what's going on, Fiona. Is Erigaisi up a rook now?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was like, okay, doesn't take that rook, but he's still up a rook. This should be fairly easy to convert. Also, the knight from b3 now covers the c5 square just to make sure the bishop cannot come in there with a check. The pawn, the d pawn is going to fall. I guess Nordibek is going to resign here.
Okay, well done, Erigaisi. Are you familiar with the rules and the situation?
With the
As
circuit.
what, yeah, how can Erigaisi qualify ahead of Fabiano?
I think he needs to win one of the events, maybe. I'll look into it before the blitz or on
Okay.
our next break. Let's go to Dania. A lot of people wanted to see Dania. He is in trouble, unfortunately, against Prague, but he is still fighting.
Dania with the white pieces here is down a pawn. Not only is he down a pawn, there's also pressure against another pawn on the edge of the board. The black knight, very well placed on a dark square, protected by a pawn. Danya has a bad bishop, but Danya is hoping that the bishop and knight will trade at some point. Because look at how Pragnananda has put his pieces on the dark squares, which means that this white bishop just doesn't have anything to do.
What did Prague do?
He moved the rook here, and now he's going to move the rook up next. This seems pretty good for him. Okay, why didn't he move the rook up? They seem to be going a lot back and forth. So Pragnananda is not looking confident in how he's supposed to make progress going for the win here.
Progress. It's already that time. It's already that time of day.
Wow.
I've made this joke about 1,000,000 times and I still crack myself up.
Oh,
every
really?
single time. Yeah.
It's the first time I heard it.
Really?
Yeah.
Swift but sucks. Saying it as it is. That was horrible. I got a chuckle out of Hammer. That's all I ever wanted. An appropriate pawn for a Dania game. Exactly, Bobak. Yeah, Prague is we're seeing a lot of shuffling right now, but no
At some
real.
point, he's got to be careful he doesn't go back and forth for the third time. Why is Danya keeps insisting on allowing the rook to move in and point it against the white king? This is very strange behavior.
Yeah, I mean the bishop is also slowly running out of squares.
Bishop's gonna just have to return, right? But now the rook can come in. Oh, now he also abandoned this pawn. It's just a free pawn on the side of the board. Free pawn? Anyone?
I'll take it. No.
Oh, he's going for another pawn. That one is pretty big. No way for Danya to defend now with the rook and knight working together. It's over, right? Ooh, it's not over. Should be over. Knight takes pawn. Don't take with a rook because then there's the attack on the knight. Oh, well, after the knight moves back, the rooks are actually defending one another. But
I'm not
somehow the
sure.
eval bar didn't like this.
What's even going on? Let's go back to the live game.
Yeah, I'm trying, but it's not letting me. Uh
Why
double
is that?
question mark?
I'm
The question marks are not working today.
no. Like this was literally the best move and it was given a double. It's probably a brilliant move.
It
Maybe
was a
they just
great move from Danya because Danya got rid of the rooks
yeah.
working together. And now he actually does have chances to survive here because he got his rook in position. Oh no, oh no. He got his rook in position to take out the black pawn. But now, if the pawn is captured, the rook will come in, attack against the king, and the bishop is caught in the crosshairs. And maybe there was a chance there for Danya. Oh, Danya was so close to surviving. The engines were saying that this position with the bishop coming in to attack the knight and then rook takes pawn was a draw. But by
Such a
moving the
shame,
rook
such a
up,
pity.
he allowed the knight to move out of the way in a moment where taking the pawn was not an option. So now Pragnananda just pushes that pawn further forward. And 2 pawns more, that's a big difference compared to the 1 pawn that was a possibility just a couple of moves ago.
Yeah, and Prague is doing a great job here untangling, getting his knight out of dodge, and it will take a tiny bit of work, but he will convert this. At the top of the tournament, we have 2 players in the joint lead, Volodar Murzin and Alexander Grishuk, and 3 players in the chasing pack, Nepomniachtchi, Erigaisi, and Dominguez. So with 2 rounds to go, still everything to play for, and we're really entering that phase of the tournament where a loss will just probably rule you out of running for
But what's
first.
interesting, Fiona, is that in the past couple of years, when someone other than Magnus has won, it's been tied on 9.5 points. But with 2 players on 8.5,
Hmm.
one of them surely is going to get 1.5 point and get to 10.
I think there's a very good chance of that. I'm just seeing who has Grishok hasn't played Nepo yet, so I imagine that's one possible pairing at the top. Volodar has just, I mean, he's played everyone. He hasn't lost a game yet, which is so insanely impressive. Let's remind everyone this kid is only 18 years old. If he, I mean, Hikaru mentioned in his interview with Levy, right, that it's nice at least to see when someone beats you, to see them go on and have a good finish. I think Hikaru would probably be fairly happy to see Lazovic win it. I would be happy. I think it's nice to see the
You mean
youngsters.
Merson?
Morrison, sorry. What did I say? Lazovic, yeah? The two youngsters. But yeah, I think I'd be happy to see Morrison win it. Meanwhile, here we have gone into a rook ending. It's now 3 pawns. Danya is still playing on, but this game will be over very, very soon. Let me see what else is still going on. We still have a fair few games. We have, let's go to this one. Laurent Fressinet against Axel Bourg-Valois. Two
Quality.
schools. What? Say it again.
Quality.
Valois.
Well,
Two
you
schools.
can't say it like me because I can't speak
Valois.
Norwegian. Yeah,
Valois.
but the O is supposed to be an
Valois.
Is someone winning this game? Fress does have an extra pawn, I'm noticing. Did Fress not have a good start to this tournament? How's he been doing the last couple of games?
You tell me.
Yeah, he's struggling.
But if he wins this game, you know, he can still hope for a good finish with 2 wins.
Yeah.
Do you think he will manage to win this?
I'm not sure. Do you think this is going to last less than 150 moves?
Yes.
Okay,
Because
here's
it's not
hoping.
so easy, or is Fress gonna push the H-pawn at some point? Because I'm thinking of the 50 move rule already.
That's quite optimistic of you.
Ever the optimist.
Are we
Eris
going
is
to
asked,
see the Dvorkovich interview?
great minds, Hammer. Let me check. I'll check for you.
Anything to have us not talk. We're big fans of.
We'll see. We'll see if we can play it during the break. That's our new jam, you know. Break time is spill the tea time. Qualo is doing a okay. We have a trade, but it's a trade that makes life a lot easier for the Norwegian by the looks of it.
I'm not sure it's going to help us avoid 150 moves. Oh gosh, he's going for the pawn end game. Oh, I didn't even realize that was a possibility. Oh, that's clever. It's not very often you can go into a pawn endgame down a pawn, especially when 2 of your pawns are being restricted by 1 white pawn. But the problem here is that you're just unable to get through on the edge of the board because your own pawn is blocking. And had the pawn not been blocking, you still wouldn't get through.
Very unusual endgame indeed. And the chat, we will be playing the Dvorkovich interview during the break, so you will be hearing that. I'm quite curious to hear it as well, if I'm honest. I don't think we'll have time to play all of it because it was apparently 15 minutes long, but hopefully we'll hear some of it. Fressinet is gonna be kicking himself. I just don't see. I mean, black
Was
can
he
just
ever
sit.
winning?
Yeah, maybe not.
Okay, I'm looking at the game, and the answer to my question is yes, he was definitely winning at multiple points during the game, but he's not getting through now. The black bishop just has to make sure to defend the pawn that's being attacked by the white bishop. Look at the barrier. The white king is completely unable to get past this area that's being controlled by the black pieces. Everything that's not being controlled by black is being blocked by a white pawn, and a draw has been agreed.
Impressive defense by the Norwegian champ. By the way, to answer Leonard's question, no playoff. There will be a playoff. If there is a tie at the top after 13 rounds, we will see playoffs for the title today. Okay, who is still playing? Wei Yi against Gregorian.
Wei Yi, famously part of the Athletes Commission.
It actually might be over. He probably resigned here, I guess.
Wei Yi losing.
Yeah, big
Despite
result.
being part of the athletes commission.
Let's go to a queen ending, our favorite, Bu Zhangji against the one and only Vasily Ivanchuk. There it
I don't
is.
have that.
Yeah, you have it. Yeah.
Queen endgames.
This is gonna be a long
Yippee!
one. This is gonna be a real.
It's already quite a long one, no?
Yeah. Maybe we just start playing the interview now. That way, maybe we can hear all of it.
Honestly, good idea.
I think there is something to be said for that because this game, I mean, it's gonna go on forever. It's not really that important for the
Are you
standings at the
not in a
top.
position to make an executive decision? I thought you were the boss.
I don't think I am.
If you say, let's do the interview, doesn't the interview just magically appear?
It is ready. Let's see.
Do you want to do a recap of how the top situation is looking?
Apparently, I am the boss. So yeah, let's look at the top two players at the top, Morzin and Grishuk, and a group of 4 players behind them, Pragnananda, Nepomniachtchi, Erigaisi, and Dominguez. So we're not gonna watch this riveting Queen endgame. Instead, we are gonna go on a short break. We will play the interview with Dvorkovich and Levy. So enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side of this.
White pawn, nor the other one with his queen, but just continues developing. And we end up in a similar situation to what we have seen earlier this tournament against the Italian Moroni. Here, it is a bit different though, because Moroni went in with his queen and the queens were traded off against one another in the center of the board. Deak, he chooses to keep the queens on the board and pushes his pawn forward in the center to attack Hikaru's knight. Hikaru retreats, the bishop comes out, check on the king, bishop blocks, and I would suspect Hikaru is reasonably well prepared for this, and so he's not going to fear a Deak going in this direction.
Yeah, this is clearly an opening that Hikaru had prepared for the candidates and that he probably rehashed a little bit for this tournament. And Bogdan, the first to go into the tank here. If you're white, what do you do? Do you trade on d7? Do you drop the bishop back? Or none of the above?
He's gone with the knight into the center of the board, but now there is an interesting possibility for Hikaru to try and create some disruptions in White's pawn formation. The move pawn to e5 is quite interesting. The idea being that if the knight moves back to attack said pawn, Hikaru can very easily come in with his bishop, put pressure on the knight, and also point in towards the white king, which does give him a nice start to the game. And indeed, Hikaru does push the pawn 2 steps forward, and he's really wanting to create this trade between the bishop and the knight right now, because that would create some it would make White's pawns stop working together the way he was looking for.
Yeah, and well, at this point, Deak takes on d7, and now the question how to recapture. There's a lot of options, the 2 sensible ones being queen takes or knight b takes. But how do you decide between the 2 of them? I feel like my knight from from b8 would rather go to c6 maybe, so I like this way of recapturing.
And now Deak's knight is under attack, and he basically has to play knight to c2. And the reason for this is that he needs to keep this b4 square under control, avoiding that the bishop comes in and trades itself off for this white knight. So good decision there by Deak. And now Hikaru, are we expecting a queen trade? I would say yes. A trade between the queens, but Hikaru's has one issue here, and that is the fact that his opponent is probably looking to trade off the bishop for the knight. This is the kind of situation where the knights are going to be super strong, and you're going to look to trade bishop for knight if the possibility presents itself. This is part of the reason why Dayak was so firm in preventing Hikaru from getting his bishop up to trade with the white knight. But similarly, if we get a trade here between the queens and the knight coming into the game, Dayak is definitely going to want to bring the bishop out and trade that bishop for Hikaru's knight, because if that knight is taken out, that will create great access for the white pieces in the center of the board. Notice how this is a light square, and the knight is protected by a pawn. There are no black pawns that can position themselves to attack the white knight. And crucially, the bishop Hikaru has moves on the dark squares, which means it's not able to challenge a light square in the center. So this is like the nightmare scenario that Hikaru needs to avoid. And frankly, the fact that he spent so much time thinking in this position makes me a little bit concerned, because I would have thought he was still in some home cooked opening prep at this point.
Yeah, let's see how he continues playing here. Hammer, I am shocked that on board 4, Danil Dubov and Duda, who were 1 point out of the lead, made a draw in 8 moves. That was just a draw of, like Danil took on the 8 and offered a draw, which to me is insane. I thought the group on 7.5 that they were a part of had to win their games for any hopes of winning the title. So shocking stuff there, in my opinion.
And since we did just go off Hikaru's game, I am going to allow myself to just check in with the two guys in the lead. Mersin, the kid, playing, well, Pragnananda, not much older, to be fair. A position that is generally considered to be slightly better for white. So Pragnananda is going to want to win this to take the lead in the tournament. And Alexander Grishuk, the old guy, facing another old guy in Jan Nepomniachtchi. We have a super interesting position with Grishuk having pushed his pawn forward on the edge of the board. Also, he has lost the right to castle his king. Very, very creative stuff. And I guess that's part of what defines Grishuk as a player.
We will come back to these games for sure. Let's go back now to Hikaru, where we haven't missed much. Deak played king e2 to defend the pawn, and Hikaru brought out his knight to c6. And now, well, one of the moves that we were talking about is bishop g5.
It would be surprising if Dayak did anything but go with his bishop trying to take out this knight. The trade here would be strategically very, very favorable for white, which is why Hikaru should strive to avoid it. But in moving the knight away, he is allowing the white knight entry into the center of the board. But you can make the argument that at least the bishop didn't manage to trade for the knight, which means the knight will be able to move over to the other side instead and try and trade off with the white knight.
My prediction, Hammer, for this game is that we will see a fairly uneventful draw. I think there's a very good chance.
Such a controversial prediction from you, Fiona.
I predict that we are going to see a bunch of trades and a peaceful ending to this game. By the way, I said that I was shocked about the Dubov-Duda draw. Apparently, Duda in an interview afterwards said that he checked out after losing to Morzin and couldn't be bothered anymore. I mean, he was also on the black side of that game. For Dubov, I think it's more. I'd be curious to hear what Dubov's thinking was. Didn't Dubov also win? Didn't he win the Rapid Titan? Or am I crazy?
He was close at the very least. I said the one thing I studied before this tournament was previous winners, but my memory didn't really. Yeah, chess player memory is very
Didn't stand
exaggerated.
the test of time.
Let's see here. Previous winners. Oh gosh. This is a very messy.
Okay, Tagbon in the chat got there first. Dubov won it in
2018.
2018.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, it's really I cannot wrap my head around that he would just make a draw with white. But who knows what is going on. We didn't see bishop g5 here. We could still see it on the next move when we could fall back kind of into the line we were looking at. Duda, yeah, Duda is no, not Duda. Dubov, I think he's a hard man to understand. The women's event, meanwhile, is being decided in this round. I think there's a very good chance we'll see playoffs there because I think 7 players are tied at the top going into the last round. So a lot of intrigue in New York City at the moment.
How many places gets paid, asks Mitch. I'm pretty sure it's about 40. Because I've done the math and I've been thinking, oh, it's a very expensive tournament to participate in. But how are my chances to win a prize? And basically, I think I could potentially manage top 80, but I wouldn't be close to the prices.
What does hammer crunching the numbers look like? Sit down with pen and paper?
More like just looking at standings and then seeing which players end in which positions, and then thinking, I'm as good as this guy.
And Tagvon is informing us that places 31 to 40 pay out at $2,000 each.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah. But
For those guys who are not top 20 players in the world, that's a decent amount.
It's a decent amount, but if they didn't get any support to go to New York, it will barely cover the costs. It will probably
to
not.
New York,
It will not
cover the costs.
Yeah.
But you get another chance in the Blitz.
Sure. Fair point.
And a lot of these players are supported by their federations. It's like chess players really love the lack of support from their own chess federation, but a lot we do get quite a bit of support. I just want to say that you don't know what no support is like until you are in the Norwegian Chess Federation. Because then they're like, oh, no, yeah, no, we only got $2,000 or $5,000 to play for the team in the Chess Olympiad. And then the whole Norwegian team is playing for free. That's when your federation has a lack
Do you
of
know
support.
what the support, because funny enough, this is a conversation I had just yesterday with my mom about how much support the players get going to these World Rapid and Blitz tournaments. And she was saying, well, this is a world championship. Surely the players get supported by their federation. And I was arguing, but I was talking out of my ass really, that most players who are in New York will not have received support. Do you know how it looks like in Norway?
In Norway, I think one or two players are receiving support, and typically they'll then get I don't know $500 to $1,000, If the Norwegian Chess Federation is spending more than that on this tournament, I would be outraged. But yeah, it's very minimal support, but maybe a little bit.
The bishops are coming off. Will we see mass trades here? Rook d8 next, or what's going on?
I think your prediction of a quick draw is doing pretty well. I'm expecting Hikaru to move his knight up in the center of the board, because then the knight it would give a check against the king, but primarily I'm concerned about this square, the f5 square. I want to make sure that the knight cannot get in here. And so that's why I thought I'll go here, take that square under control, and then I'll move my king up afterwards. This seems sensible to me, just making sure that these white knights cannot jump forward and give checks in against my king.
Are we not worried here about some f4 pushes?
I don't know. I'm worried about it, but the chess engine doesn't seem to be. So knight d4 is what Hikaru has played, and I would expect him to move the king up afterwards. You know, I have my moments, Fiona. Sometimes I can guess what the players do. I'm just much better at doing it when I have the engine analysis up.
Okay, so since we have the engine
available.
analysis up, show me what's the refutation to f4?
Well, it's just not threatening anything, is it? Like if I just move my rook into the middle.
Yeah, I was thinking f5 and knight d5, but doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's just I'm just happy trying to get some access for my rook on the c file.
Yeah.
Okay, g6 instead by Hikaru. So he really took that, let's not allow the opponent to get into that f5 square. He took that seriously and is absolutely making sure that's not going to happen. Is Hikaru winning a prize?
I think
what place is he in? Like, he doesn't care anymore because he doesn't win it, but
he's still, well, he already scrolled past him. He was 20 something.
Oh, never mind then. Yeah, so Hikaru is doing
25.
much better than I could ever dream of. But that's what happens when you spend a lot of time practicing your chess game.
Yeah, I think this game, unless we see a big blunder from either side, I think we'll try to go out with a win in the last round, just to, you know, kind of get into the mood, and this one on a high. You don't really want to go into the rest day tomorrow on a loss, even if, you know, to Hikaru. I don't think it makes the money that he will win if he finishes in top 40 will not make a big difference. But I think just from that mood point of view, you don't want to finish on a loss.
And when you're a competitor, it's just better to win than to lose.
Hagbon is saying that he was 24th, that Hikaru was 24th after round 11. So that's $4,300 to be split between commentators, mods, and producers.
I'm all for that.
Bogdan is spending a lot of time.
Yeah, I just don't think he's getting anywhere. And he knows he's not getting anywhere. I would expect Hikaru now to bring his rook into the middle, and then I would expect him to go pawn one step forward. Because one trap I have noticed is that if the rook moves in from both players, now moving the king up may be a mistake because of the knight jumping forward, exploiting the fact that the black knight cannot capture the white knight with the two rooks pointing down against the black rook. And then this becomes an issue because now there's a pawn on the side that's under attack. There's also some threats in the center, and white ends up winning a pawn in this situation, which is why I'm going to say pawn here is going to be the way to go. And then you move the king up. And then, yeah, life is reasonably predictable and boring. But there are those who like that. Interesting alternative here from Hikaru. He's going to go with the double up on the C file instead. Maybe he feels like Dayak. Also, I think maybe it's just a good move, number one.
Mhm.
But number two, maybe also he feels like Dayak is playing a bit slowly. So he wants to preserve the chance to go for the win. If he feels Dayak is going too slow and providing some opportunities for Hikaru to play on.
I think that's a good point you're making regarding the time situation. If suddenly, you know, another 5, 6 minutes go by, Hikaru is still on 9 minutes, but suddenly Derek is down to 102, then, you know, it might be probing. And we see Derek though, he's like, okay, let's get some more
Yeah.
pieces off the board.
Yeah, that's a game killer if I ever saw one. The intrigue of this game was with the knight being in the center of the board, whether or not Dayak could exploit the pressure he had towards that knight. But by moving back, yeah, they're just gonna make a draw now. Oh well. It gives us
We
the opportunity to check out who's going to be the new world champion, though.
The two players with the white pieces on top two boards are pressing. Alexander Grishuk is a bit better against Nepo, and Prague is a bit better against Morrison. And on board three, Dominguez is a bit better with black against Erigaisi. So the old guard, they're doing well.
Turns out 40 is no age for a chess player. Honestly, we could have predicted that,
Could we?
being so youthful as we are in our growing age.
What exactly is the argument you're making that we are feeling so good about ourselves that we should have predicted these guys
That
would be
other
doing well?
old people may feel good. Yeah, something like that.
Um,
I,
okay, how
I
do
I
we
still I still feel like a kid. I think that never really goes away. I think even
no.
like 70-year-olds are like, oh my gosh, I'm 70. I still feel like how I did when I was a teenager.
Yeah, I think mentally same. Like I do feel the same, but this year, for example, I blocked my back one day and I couldn't walk and I was like, well, that's never happened before.
Well, body problems is different, right? I was talking about mentality, outlook on life, that kind of thing.
But body
That
problems, I mean, body problems in a way relates to the World
yeah.
Rapid and Blitz because it is a long and grueling event. So I think that's more where I was coming from, that I thought World Rapid and Blitz especially very often, if it's not a Magnus game, it's a young man's game. Um, but yeah, good to see them do well. We'll see. These guys, they're not ready to stop just yet, so we'll stick around.
I
See,
agree. I agree with you for the most part, but I will say that a 40-plus-year-old Vishwanathan Anand became the world rapid champion in 2017 in
and
Saudi
Ivanchuk
Arabia.
must have been even older.
Oh gosh,
Ivanchuk,
that's true. Ivanchuk the year before.
yeah.
So don't discount
The
the
oldies,
older generation. Yeah.
oldies but goldies.
It would be, I honestly, I think it would be kind of cool to have Gristruk win it. Because then he would be the only one other than Magnus who had won both Rapid and Blitz.
Is there nobody else?
I don't think so.
Wow, that's insane.
Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'll go fact check.
You said it confidently. I believe
I
you.
said it very confidently, but with absolutely nothing to back it up whatsoever. Maybe Karyakin is a Blitz champion. Someone on Reddit or something was talking about how Karyakin is by far the most kind of the player who has the most kind of merits in the top beyond Magnus, that he's definitely ahead of Fabiano. And the guy who made this argument, it was pretty darn convincing. Karyakin has never been a top five player in the world, but he won the candidates, he won the world rapid, and maybe he won the world blitz as well. And he went toe to toe with Magnus in that.
He was probably the player who was the closest to win a match.
He was.
He definitely was, yeah. I didn't even realize he'd won either the World Rapid or Blitz.
Well, I know for a fact he won the World Rapid and he won the World Blitz. Yeah, he did. Okay, so I'm completely out of it. No, Karyakin is the only player to have won both, other than Magnus.
Interesting.
And Grishuk would be number 3 if he were to win today.
We saw one pair of works coming off. Do you want to have a very quick look at Grishuk?
Yeah. Are we allowed?
Well, now that I learned that I'm the boss, yes.
We think this game is going to end in a draw. And being chess enthusiasts as we are, we want to check out who might become the world champion. Grishuk is doing very well. This is super unpleasant for Nepomniachtchi. Nepomniachtchi has a pawn in the middle that cannot be defended by other pawns. The white queen is much more active than its black counterpart. And there's this rook that's supporting a knight in the center of the board. But that's a good move from Nepomniachtchi. The classic minority attack using the 2 versus 3 to dislodge the cooperation of these pawns defending one another. Okay, maybe Nepo is going to make a draw. That's a good plan for him.
He's not gonna just roll over, that's for sure. A very quick look at Prague against Murzin.
The 2 kids wanting to take down the old guys. Prague has a lack of defenders around his king.
But he also has an extra pawn.
He has an extra pawn. And I think the most important thing here is that the black bishop has been locked out of play. The bishop is massively struggling getting back into the game. On the other hand, if all the rooks and the queens were traded off, it would still be a draw just because there's absolutely no way to break through here. It's a very strange position. I would say draw by far the most likely, but...
But look at the time situation. Does that not make you more inclined
to think? That makes me a lot more inclined to think that Praggnanandhaa might win this. Yes, I didn't even notice that.
We'll come back to this one. Let's go back to Hikaru. It was on the live board all the time, so you guys did not miss anything. We saw a bit more shuffling. Deak is aiming for the outpost on d5 in the center. And what are we gonna do?
We're just gonna sit here, I think. We're just gonna tell him, yeah, you can have one of your knights on this d5 square. White kind of want both knights to go there, but you're only allowed to put one piece on a square at the same time.
Hammer spitting some knowledge here.
It's kind of because I actually tried this during the World Championship match. You can fit 2 pieces on the same square.
You can.
Yeah. It's a bit problematic if you're looking at a trade like a bishop for knight, then it can become bishop for 2 knights. Problematic. But you can fit 2 pieces on a square. which opens up some interesting possibility in
Well, two bishops,
situations.
if two bishops won the same square, something would have gone a bit wrong
No, it
anyway.
was two knights, but two knights being captured by a bishop, for instance.
Oh, by the way, to everyone in the chat alerting us to the Danny Ranch interview with Take, 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 thank you for that. We will be playing that interview during the next break. What, Hammer?
Yeah, no, the break entertainment is just taking care of itself today.
I know. I mean, Take, Take, Take has gotten absolutely everyone on within the last 24 hours.
They're
Like,
being
I
run
can't,
by journalists, so
yeah,
it makes sense.
I can't even think of any single person. Like, Büttner is maybe the last man missing that we haven't heard from. Yeah, not much to be said about this game. Deak has managed his time okay, I think. He's still down 2 minutes, but nothing dramatic. Yeah, I mean, take, take,
Yeah.
take. It is interesting. Marco is saying they have become the biggest thing in like 3 months. I mean, you were there for the World Championship match. Uh, it is kind of crazy how just suddenly, boom, new player on the scene, and it all happened so quickly.
Yeah, they made a big splash, and they're still kind of developing their product. So it's not even close to being as good as it's gonna be as they kind of you know um, see their vision come to life.
Hmm.
But they made a big splash because they want the attention even before everything is perfect, just to let the chess world know that we're here and we're gonna be one to look out for.
Yep. Exciting times ahead for chess, not just in regards to take, 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 but in general with the freestyle tour next year, the whole thing that's happening right now around Gate. 2025 is going to be an interesting year in chess. We have a new world champion. Actually, Gukash is a big man we haven't heard from at all as the reigning world champion. We're thinking, I mean, he must be watching this and being like, what the heck did I get myself into?
Well, he's not watching today because today he was visiting the Indian Prime Minister,
Mm,
which is pretty big deal. It's the biggest country in the world, with the chess players being greeted like heroes.
mm. Yeah, it's fantastic news, of course, for chess, for chess in India. India has been a huge force lately. I mean, Chess Base India have done a lot to popularize chess. So yeah, exciting times. This game, less exciting. I keep ways to make a draw, but I'm not finding it.
I'm not even sure Hikaru wants a draw at this point, the way Dayak is mistreating his clock situation.
Hmm.
I think Hikaru is thinking if he's going to spend this much time doing nothing, then I might get tempted to do something. And now Hikaru's going to move his knight, kind of gradually snake his way into the center of the board. And he could potentially try and attack this pawn on the side. Like this pawn advanced a little bit further than maybe it should. There could be some potential for Hikaru to attack it. Maybe not like that. Maybe like this with the knight coming in. Hikaru does have his king more centralized than what Dayak does.
Yeah, you are making a good point. And with Derek inching closer now to that 1 minute mark, who knows?
Okay, now he took care of my idea of getting the knight up to attack the pawn. He's taking control of that c5 square. And also, Hikaru can't do anything with his rook. Look at how Dayak is just controlling every square on the C file. So Hikaru has the rook looking up here, but it's just there's no entry points. Hikaru needs to trade. Oh, Hikaru's moving the knight in here, and then he's going pawn f5. Hikaru's going pawn f5 now.
Okay, this is something. I
That's
mean, at least
that
it's a
is,
plan.
genuinely is something.
Yeah.
But maybe the king can move up and protect.
Prague is his advantage is growing. So we might see a change at the top of the leaderboard after this round.
Well, depends on Grishuk, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's stay here 25 seconds for Deak, who says,
Hey,
I don't want any of this F5 business.
yeah, that does seem to take care of it, doesn't it? Hmm. Okay, but now Hikaru maybe can go for a trade between the knights.
But are we not running? Yeah. I was
Well,
gonna
if we
say
can
minus
trade knights,
pieces.
then we're gonna get an entry square, right? Because right now he needs both knights to keep control of all of this. So if we can trade one pair of knights, the knight can only control two, and that means we get a green square here to move our rook in and start attacking.
I have to say I'm becoming more optimistic purely because of the time situation. Derek, he's one of the most famous time travel addicts these days, I would say. He very often, I remember doing commentary on some tournament where Sokolov was his captain. I mean, Sokolov has worked with him for a long time. He is under contract with the Romanian Federation. And I remember just watching Ivan pulling his proverbial hair out, watching Derek, consistently play on 1 second in the decider of a match. I think it was the Club Cup last year. So he isn't used to playing with very little time. Still, that doesn't mean that you can suddenly find yourself under some pressure.
Yeah, at the same time, Hikaru has now opened up another area for the rooks to attack, and Dayak has taken that opportunity immediately, trying to get his rook in to attack the pawn on the edge of the board. And now it's Hikaru whose knights are doing a really good job of preventing Dayak's rook from getting involved.
And H4, I mean,
Yeah, Hikaru should just go h5, just prevent this pawn from continuing any further. It's just going to be a draw, even though Dayak is super low on time. His position is too good to mess up, essentially.
I was just looking at the women's tournament where everything is still undecided. There's a lot going on right now. Grishuk and Nippo situation hasn't changed too much. Still a tiny advantage. Arjun against Dominguez has just ended in a draw. So those guys now, well, Dominguez now on 8.5. And so is Erigaisi. A win would be huge for. I mean, if Grishuk wins this game, he will be 1 point. He might be 1 point clear.
Seriously?
I think so. Yeah, it's actually huge.
That's wild.
Yeah,
That's not even remotely possible, right? Is Prague 1 point behind Volodar?
yeah.
Oh my
Uh,
gosh.
yeah. No, he's half a point behind Volodar, but Prague is on 8, right? Oh no, that means no.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're way
Yeah,
off then.
not way. One player off.
Whoa. That's all it takes.
Beefy math. Yeah. Hikaru's still thinking here. Under 2 minutes now.
Is he thinking because he's looking for ways to win? Or is he thinking because he feels his position is problematic?
Very good question.
Yeah, I was asking because I didn't know.
And I said it was a very good question because I don't know either.
It's a miracle anyone want to hear what we have to say.
Breaking news, Grishuk against Nippo has ended in a draw.
Okay, I'm a bit disappointed by that because I kind of liked Grishuk's position there.
We can open it for a second. We'll keep Hikaru on the live board. Not too much happened. They just repeated moves, basically, from after when we left.
Yeah, but it was a position where white was quite a bit better according to the engine. The knight is better than the bishop. The two rooks are working together on the open file, and black has a long-term weakness. I guess Grishuk just didn't see any way to make progress because similarly to what's happening in Hikaru's game, the rooks aren't really able to do that much because all the available squares on the E file was just completely covered by stuff.
Let's quickly open Prague's game. Prague is now completely winning against Morzin. Has Prague played Grishuk already?
Well,
Right.
you say Prague is completely winning. The bishop is trapped, I agree. But at the same time, there are some counter checkmating ideas on the other side. And for instance, now if the rook attacks the bishop blocks the rook's ability to defend the king. Oh my God. And Fiona, it's a blunder. It's over. Merson wins.
Oh my God.
No, because the king was not doing that great. Prague didn't need to blunder it, but he was down to 30 seconds on the clock.
He just went from +5 to getting mated. Basically.
He allowed Merson to both rescue the bishop that was basically getting trapped the entire game, but also now Prague needed to sacrifice his rook against that bishop just to make sure that he still had the ability to control this square that the black rooks were invading in against.
What the heck? That is one hell of an expensive blunder.
It could make Merson the world champion.
If he wins this game, he is gonna be half a point clear at the top.
I want to say this would be the biggest sensation ever in the Rapid Championship, but we've actually seen this before. 17-year-old Nordebek Abdusaturov, who I got criticized for butchering his name because I'd never heard of the kid before. He won when I did commentary with Irina Krush back in 2021. And now Merson might repeat Abdusaturov's feat.
I feel like Lotfi in the chat is saying, Lotfi is saying Morzin is super lucky. I mean, we saw one instance here. Yeah, he got lucky for one moment, but because he set up this whole trick, and I think he has played the most impressive tournament out of everyone. He's beaten Hikaru, he's beaten Fabi, he's played all the top dogs. He is undefeated. I mean, he's played all the big names. He's played Prague, Grishuk, Duda, Nakamura, Giri, Erigaisi, Dominguez, Aronian, Lenderman, Bortnik, Caruana, and then just someone random in the first round. Like, he's played everyone.
Except Carlsen.
Except Carlsen.
But yeah, this tournament playing Carlsen wasn't the biggest challenge.
Unbelievable scenes.
And now
Hikaru is worse, unfortunately, suddenly.
Oh. Well, we made a good call checking in. Why is Hikaru worse? Ooh, Hikaru allowed the pawn to progress along the edge of the board. This is actually highly problematic. Only one move now to save himself for Hikaru. But that move does try to create a trade between the pawns and open up for the rook to attack No, he doesn't find it. And now the knight can capture the black pawn and do so while giving a check. Hikaru still went for this because he thinks that it's valuable to activate his king through the center of the board, which is a reasonable argument.
And now what? Do you move the king or king
Well,
G4?
if the king moves in here, then you trade pawns.
Okay, we're back.
Trade pawns.
F5. Again, the only move.
But there's no chance he doesn't play this.
Yeah. This wasn't the quick, peaceful draw that I had predicted, Hammer.
It was definitely not. But now Hikaru does have his rook on the same rank as this pawn.
Morzin has won his game, by the way, leads the tournament by himself with 9.5 points.
And how many is chasing him? Only Grishchuk? Double question mark, Fiona. Oh no, the question marks are not working today.
Grishchuk is half a point behind. And the rest are gonna be, well, there's still a game going, Isipenko against Firouzja, but how many points are these guys on? They're on 7.5. So yeah, only Grishchuk is half a point behind and the rest are gonna be on 8.5.
So in order for there to be a tiebreak, Grishchuk has to not win and Mersin has to lose.
Yeah.
Or Grishchuk has to win and Mersin has to draw. So I guess a tiebreak could still happen.
Yeah.
Who does Mersin even have a left?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, there is Karen Grigorian is suddenly up there on 8.5. So I guess we will be playing him.
Wow. Imagine getting a 2,500 player for the World Championship.
Even I freaking drew against Karen Grigorian in a classical game. I don't have many bragging stories, so I need to get this one out while I can. That's not the toughest pairing. I think we can say that, you know? Guy couldn't beat me. How good can he be?
Okay, Hikaru's going for the draw now. The repetition back and forth. This very eventful game is coming to an end. And this very eventful tournament is coming to an end. But there's one last hooray remaining, and that's going to be a big one.
Oh, he hasn't played Nippo either. That's a good point, actually. I'd missed Nippo. Yeah, then he's probably gonna get Nippo. That's a lot tougher pairing. But are they?
Maybe Grishchuk gets Grigori.
No, they didn't. Huh? Maybe Grishchuk gets who?
The guy you drew.
Ah, Gregorian. Nippo and Morzin are on the same color though, and Gregorian is on the other color.
Oh my gosh. Are we gonna wait until we get the pairings to do our break? Wait, which interview are we doing now? Danny?
Danny, why did you say that with so much disdain?
You seriously? You think that was disdain?
I don't know what it was. It was like Dan. Zaft is saying Danny interview was not that interesting. Okay. I didn't mean to. The game ends in a draw. I wasn't projecting though. I was gonna make a joke, but the problem is that jokes don't carry well, you know, in our difficult times.
Okay. Who is still playing?
Who is still playing?
Are the girls playing?
No, let's go to Isipenko. Isipenko Firouzja is board 4. They are still going. The girls, right now, it looks like there
what
could
is Isipenko's king doing in front of all his other pieces? It's probably not a winning strategy. I would push this pawn forward to try and give a checkmate. That seems pretty good.
That does look good. How do you...
I think it's over.
Can I play Queen E4? Or rook
I'll
d4.
go
maybe.
check here.
Okay, king g4. Okay, that's convincing.
There is going to be some problems here. Yeah, no, Yasipenko he's out. Alireza is going to take this down. Oh
Where
no,
is the finish?
that's a good try though. Maybe pawn f5. Oh no, then I'm getting myself checkmated. That would be bad. Oh, apparently this is winning.
Chess is a hard game. I think in the women's
One of the
section,
top moves being suggested is king to f8. That one you're going to have to explain to me. He just moves his king.
and gets a best move. Star, green star.
I mean, they're actually equal on number of pawns. So it's really only if the white king somehow gets out.
Which it won't.
Yeah. You know, that was a really good move by Alireza. And now there's a very nice, if the queen goes after the rook, you just take in the middle. And then you finish off with this little nice check, forcing the king to move, and then you can take the queen.
That is very nice.
And yeah. Check, check, take the rook. That's game over. Alireza wins. Is he in contention to become world champion? He is.
He is, yeah. Well, yeah, he's 1 point behind. 1 point behind Murzin. So the situation is Murzin is the sole leader on 9.5. Grishuk is in second with 9. And then there's 5 players on 8.5. Dominguez, Erigaisi, Firouzja, Nepomniachtchi, and
Well,
Grigorian.
you say 5 players, but let me introduce you to my friend, Mr. Sam Sevian.
Let's go there.
7.5 points for both of these players, which means a winner here will join the pack who's still in contention for the world championship title. And Sevian does have an extra pawn. Not entirely clear how he's going to make progress, though. Oh, is he moving his king all the way around here? No. Why are we moving the king out here?
By the way, in the women's tournament, I thought there was going to be a huge tie that would fight it out, slug it out for the title, but we just saw a dramatic blunder by Irene Sukandar, and it looks to me like Hampi Koneru is going to become the new women's rapid champion.
Wait, are you saying that only one player out of 7 managed to win the final round?
Yeah, there were draws on board 1, 2, and 4.
Wow.
So it looks like no, she still has to win it. Once this game ends, if the ending is still going, we can go there.
Let's go there first, because that could decide a championship.
Let's do it.
And speaking of old people.
Yes.
Humpy is even older than us. I'm just saying.
I'd be very happy for Humpy. She's been such a star for so long. She took a bit of a break from chess, I think, when she had her child. So it's good to see her back. And yeah, if she can convert this extra pawn in the rook ending, she will be the new world champion.
That's a lot of pressure right there. And frankly, having an extra pawn in a rook endgame is not the biggest recipe for success.
What did you just say? What is not a what?
Having an extra pawn in the
Oh.
rook endgame is not the biggest recipe for success. Who's not listening to their co-commentator now?
I was listening, but the words didn't
That's
complete.
even worse. Rook here is a very tricky way of getting a draw right now. Man, I thought I was being clever, but it turns out I wanted to move the king to attack the rook and attack the king, but then the king protects the rook. So
I like the comment by Red Scott Carson, hearing aid malfunction. That's what I'll blame it from now on. Sorry, my hearing aid bugged out.
it really helps Kanero that her pawn is quite a bit far away from the rest of the stuff
Oh.
on the other side.
Can we just push it? I was wondering, could we have pushed it now and give up g5 already or no?
Yeah, apparently we could, but these things are very difficult to assess
Of
in the
course.
middle of a time scramble. Oh, but now she managed to push the pawn without even giving up the other one. Yeah, this was much, much better for her. And she's cut off the white king. It's over. She's the world champion. Fiona, there's nothing stopping this pawn because you know what's going to happen after the king has tried to lead the pawn forward.
She's gonna get a new queen.
Or she's going to build something.
Oh. She's gonna build
She's going
Mr.
to build a
Lucena's
bridge.
bridge. No, I was still thinking about how you were trying your best. When you said she is the new world champion, it reminded me of the Trent incident from many, many moons ago. When he celebrated Swidler as the World Cup winner, not realizing that the final consisted of more games than he thought
Oh,
it did.
God.
You remember this, yeah?
I vaguely remember Svidler winning maybe 2 games and
Yeah,
then
he won the
losing 3 in
first
a
two,
row
and
or something.
not Hammer. Trent was like, "Congrats to Svidler," blah blah blah, because it was World Cup and all the games, all the matches are 2 games, except the final turned out to be 4. And we were talking about Karyakin earlier. Well, he won the next 2 games and went on to win the playoff and the World Cup, which was quite the comeback and quite the jinx for Mr. Trent.
Let me just check that Kanero can be the new world champion, just making sure she's not the current. She
No,
actually
I think
finished
Juventud.
second last year
Behind Juventud,
behind
yeah?
Anastasia Bodnaruk.
Oh,
Um, but she is a former champion from 2019 as well. So she seems to do okay in these rapid formats.
that's a bit of an understatement. Liran, the event is about to end. It's about to end in the women's section, not so in the open, where there is still one round to be played, and everything is still out in the open. We could, much like in the women's event, get a sole winner, or we could get playoffs, which will happen today if they happen.
And it is confirmed Humpy Kaneru has won the game, and she is the new women's rapid champion. Unless Fiona has
Congratulations.
messed up the standings, which she has done quite a bit before. But it seems like Fiona's right this time.
And wow, in the chat, Shydog is saying that Humpy actually had lost the first round, so even more impressive, especially with only 11 rounds in the women's tournament. So yeah, she lost the first round to Armina Karbekova from Kazakhstan, and then went on to score 7.5 out of 8.5 out of 10 to win the tournament on her own. Congratulations. Let's go back to Sam Sevian.
Sam has won,
Just
which means
one.
he joins the pack on 8.5 points, which is creating a very interesting final round for the guys.
Let me see. Do we have pairings already? I'm very curious now. Not yet.
We have one game still ongoing with Eric Rosen. This game is not going to affect the situation among the top players, I think is fair to say.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Rosen is better here because he has this pawn protected by the rook, trying to become a new queen, he's not. It's not enough to win the game because he's unable to kick the white king away from the blocking the pawn from progressing.
Eric
So
Rosen, who was one of the bottom seeds of this event, is actually having a good tournament on 3.5 out of 11.
who has he beaten today? Because he was not doing well until the start of the day. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
if I agree. He's had a nice tournament,
decent. Yeah.
decent, but it's not super good.
Okay, but he's about to draw here, you know?
But Eric is pretty good, no? I
I
mean,
don't
I
know how
always
much.
thought he was a
I've
bit better
never.
than his rating.
Yeah, and he is definitely very, very tricky player. But yeah, good to see him doing okay.
There's no stalemate traps in over the board chess, though. That may affect his go against some of his main abilities.
The round is very close. Was this
How is
the
3.5 good? Asks Cole they. I just want to say you don't know what you're talking about. Because 3.5 in this field is not something you take completely for granted. I've never played this event and I still know how ridiculously tough it is. Like you will have a bad tournament and you will still be facing really tough opponents every single round. There's just nothing like the World Blitz and Rapid. It is the strongest event there is, and because it's rapid time formats, it also means that if you start losing, you got to be have a really really good mental state to not tilt and ruin your the rest of your tournament as well.
Absolutely, could not agree more. Besides Eric Rosen, there are 2 more games still going.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I tried using the active games trick you taught
but
me.
maybe I'd already put some letter or
Ah,
something.
yes, I had. Yes, you make a fair
But
point.
I don't know
Let's
what's
look
more
at the
interesting.
Dane.
Let's look at the Dane playing under the German flag, Mr. Rasmus
Oh,
Spane, against.
seems like a bit of a technicality in my mind.
Um,
Yeah, this is not super interesting. There's no way to keep this pawn defended, I think.
yeah, this
Not
one
to mention keeping this pawn defended.
should I? Oh, Curl, big stretch. We need
Um,
to. Did you
can
buy?
we predict the pairings?
Then can we predict the pairings?
So you're saying Gregorian fits for color?
So we have the standings up on the screen right now.
Yeah.
So let's
Excellent.
first recap one more time this situation. We have one player out in front by himself. It is young Volodar Murzin. In second is Grishuk, half a point behind, and then a group of 6 players on 8.5. Murzin has already played Grishuk. He has already played Dominguez. Has he played? He has not played Sevian, and he has not played Grigorian nor Nepo. And in terms of colors, Bear with me. So my new prediction is that he will still be playing Gregorian, because Gregorian is a few points higher rated in Rapid than Savian.
And then Grishuk will play Alireza.
Yes, I would.
Does that fit for colors?
Yeah, it does.
And they have not played before?
They have not, no.
So that means Mersin could even suffice with a draw, because Grishuk beating Alireza with black is going to be a tough ask.
Yeah, but Alireza could. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So if Mersin makes a draw, only he or Grishuk could win.
Mm-hmm.
But if Grishuk gets Alireza and Mersin gets Gregorian, the kid is going to be a world champion. Or he's going to have like the most epic
meltdown ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like pairings is something that is not my area of expertise whatsoever. So we could be completely off. I have no idea. When it comes to pairings, I mean. John B, whoever that is, was saying Jan plays Murzin probably. Yeah, but they were both on the same color. Does that not matter?
It mattered a great deal earlier in the tournament. It was very, very color dependent previously in the tournament. I don't know if the big rating difference could affect that. But honestly, if he plays against Jan, the guy is a giant killer.
By the way, I just refreshed the results on chess results to see whether the... Oh, don't mind me. I was gonna
What
say...
did you do?
No, I was checking the chess results, and I was gonna say Rasmus isn't even playing Kartik. He was playing Sadvani, but that was Frederik Svane, so just ignore me. La la la, moving on, refresh, nothing yet. But this is officially the last remaining game.
And it's not very exciting. It's going to be a draw. The extra pawn for white is... So this is the classic situation where you have a rook in front of your pawn, but the rook then needs to stay in front to defend the pawn, but also the rook needs to move away in order for the pawn to become a new queen. So this kind of thing never really seems to work out, is my experience. I'm going to give a check here now.
1 second. How long do you think this game could go on for?
Not too long. I would expect them to be done very soon.
I'm so curious about this pairings thing, but still not even all the results have been input. Okay, you know what, Hammer? We're not gonna watch the end of this. We are gonna go to break because we have another Hikaru interview to play for you guys. So let's do that now. And we'll be back. I think we'll come back a bit before the last round begins so we can discuss the pairings. We can discuss what the situation is like with confirmed knowledge of the pairings. So we'll see you very soon. Stay tuned. Of this year's World Rapid Championship, and Hikaru is playing Hans Niemann. Hammer, that's quite a big final game.
Yeah, gonna wanna win that one. Yeah, I'm also excited about the fight for the championship. I gotta admit.
Absolutely. We got the top pairing right. Morzin against Grigorian. On board 2, it's Dominguez against Grishuk. Board 3, Nepo against Sevian. And finally, Firuja against Erigaisi. Those two guys will be cursing the pairings, I think. But certainly an exciting last round. If Morzin wins, he's the champ, of course. But a draw might very well get him over the line. Grishuk would have to beat Dominguez, who's a notoriously not just very strong, but very solid player with the black pieces.
Can I interrupt a little bit just to ask chat? Um, were you guys listening to me eat a carrot during the wrench interview? I'm terrified, Fiona, because someone in chat was saying, is Hammer not muted when I was really getting in there with a carrot?
I was gone. I think
I
hashtag
feel like
blamed.
I've been not been properly informed. I should if mics are live, it should be all caps.
Yeah.
And I'm honestly just amazed that people haven't reacted to anything else other. I mean, I not been saying a lot of weird
But I
stuff during the breaks?
Yeah, I
Was this
think
the only
I
time?
think this was an accident because there was
Oh, okay.
certainly one break where I said something and then I thought, oh dear, hopefully we were muted, but nobody in chat said anything. So I think maybe Jaren did it on purpose, you know? He heard the carrot come out and he was like, oh, here's how I can have some fun.
Sure, it was just a carrot. It was not just a carrot. What else did you hear? Spaghetti? Hummus? Wow.
Uh, let's see, what is the scene looking like in New York? Surely the players are getting ready. How do you think Hikaru is feeling about this matchup against Hans?
I don't think he cares.
I think he probably cares a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think losing the last round against Hans with the white pieces is
Sure.
the
Yeah.
worst possible result of the whole tournament.
Well, you don't want to lose the final round.
Yeah,
But
but
I
if you're
mean,
gonna
I don't
lose
think
it,
Hikaru cares massively whether he finishes 10th or whether he finishes
yeah.
20th. So as long as he doesn't lose the final round, he's fine.
The the game will get underway shortly. Hikaru is currently in what position? Let me see. He's currently in 23rd. So a win here should give him a top 20 finish. Not that he cares, but just to lay out the scene. And what else? What even happened? It was such a long break. You
I said something I shouldn't have said. I said, "Oh, I'm sure this is going to be over in a couple of minutes max."
it was
But
so funny, guys. After the first interview ended, Jaren was saying to us, "Okay, guys, I'll send you back in." And we were like, there's still a game going."
and they
Uh,
played for more than 50 moves even after that happened.
was it over 200 in the end?
I think they ended right below 200. I didn't actually pay attention. I discovered that people were listening to my carrot eating, and then I decided I'm not going to sit by the computer anymore.
Traumatized you. But your jinx wasn't anywhere near as bad as Danny Ranch picking Prague for world champion.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate.
I mean, that was with with the stakes that high, probably the worst blunder we saw this tournament.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure I agree that it was ever that easy for Prague, but
Maybe it
I
wasn't
guess
easy, but
maybe
it was +5, and he went from +5 to basically being mated. I mean, that's quite a big reversal.
yeah, the way he did it was just not optimal.
Hmm.
Definitely.
Okay, chat, what are your predictions? Let us know who's gonna be the new world champion. Apparently, Kaya and Simon were just talking about your shoes. What's that about?
I mean I didn't use it for the broadcast during the world championship, but I did in one of the like pre-championship meetings. I did show up in my 15-year-old somewhat destroyed shoes. But they fit my feet so well. They're so comfy.
Are they sneakers or what kind of shoes
Yeah,
are they?
sneakers. And like, yeah, there's a couple of holes in them, and they're a bit roughed up after having a long and hard life. But
What is hard about your life?
yeah, no, that's another very good point. That really my sneakers live the most
Sheltered.
easiest sheltered. Very good word, sheltered life there is. So really, it should be happy to have grown that old without more damage to its core features.
Excellent question in the chat. How long until the next match? Yeah, that's if you're wondering why we're talking about 15-year-old sneakers. That's because
It's
we're
not
also
actually 15 years old. I exaggerated. It's um 11 and a half years old.
that is oddly precise.
Yeah, but I remember just when I got them because I got them for free. And the best things in life are free, Fiona. I saw it on an ad sometime, and I really took it to heart.
The saying, yeah. Um, Dougie predicts no handshake for this match. I think there will be a handshake. I think it's all gonna. I think there's enough drama. I think, yeah, sure, there's a lot of bad blood, but I think there will be a handshake.
I hadn't even thought about that. I mean, you shake hands with your opponent before the game. It's like to some of these players, it's also just a reflex.
Yeah. When are we starting? What is going on? Come on already. How far are we behind schedule? Let's see.
The 200 move game did not help.
40 minutes behind schedule.
Someone asked in chat, does Hammer have hammers in his house? And yes, I have 4 hammers, I believe.
Are you a DIY man?
No, I just like to have the gear in order.
I would pay to watch a show about the day in the life of Hammer.
I once ordered some stuff from IKEA, and I seriously considered streaming putting it together.
You should have.
Could have
What?
been a new niche within the
I
streaming
know.
community.
I know. What is a
Furniture
man with
building.
what is a man without a hammer? Excellent question. We should do an IRL stream together. We haven't seen each other, I think, since Stavanger. What was that? COVID 2021, probably.
They stopped inviting you.
Yeah, they actually did. But the way you're saying it, makes me wonder. There will be some grilling once we go off air. You might know more about this than I do. I
No,
don't know.
my memory is so bad. I
Yeah.
didn't even remember that was. I haven't really considered that you haven't been to
Yeah,
Stavanger for the Norway chess tournament lately. But you should try and get me one of your gigs. Then we will see
I
each other once again.
that's true, but I have very few regular ones. I mean, Vike. Have you ever you've played Vike, right?
Yeah, I have. Yeah, not
Not
my
so
favorite place in the world. No.
the
Oh
best I have to
God.
offer, I'm afraid.
Playing 13 round tournaments in the freezing winds of the North Sea, and losing so many games. Yeah, no, I don't have the greatest positive memories of the Weikense tournament in the
It's
Netherlands.
it is funny how Vike is the weather can make or break the tournament so much because it is so long, and when it's sunny, even if it's cold, it's actually quite a nice place. But when it's windy and gray for 3 weeks, it can be quite depressing. Okay, we have liftoff and we have an Italian game.
Third time this tournament, Hikaru has played the Italian with the white pieces. Both previous occasions, the first round against Yumabayev and the round against the potential champion Mersin, were huge successes. Hikaru has been getting big advantages out of the opening using this plan of rushing the knight into the center of the board. And I guess at the end of this tournament, I'm going to have to study this because, frankly, it's been kind of impressive how easily Hikaru has been getting good positions as white. This pawn to a6 move has been a repeating feature of these situations. Now Hikaru is threatening to move his bishop up and point that bishop in towards the black queen. So pawn to h6 has been played pretty exclusively here. Hikaru yet again moving his bishop up against the black bishop, and 2 out of 2 games previously has ended with, well, not ended, but continued with black choosing to allow the trade of bishops on the c5. Apparently, this is the height of chess fashion, Fiona. They're doing all the same stuff we've seen before.
I mean, I need to go back to studying some chess openings because I was in shock when Hikaru played this the first round. I literally had never, I think quite literally never seen it. So this is sure doing something for my chess education. Are we still following exactly the previous 2 games?
Maybe not the 2 previous games, but we're definitely following the Mersin game. So Hikaru then continued pushing his pawn up on the side of the board, which I am expecting him to do this time as well.
And
And now
how
the
did
question
Murzin
is,
react again? Did he play b6?
he,
Yeah.
he just played the bishop out and allowed Hikaru to continue forward. But I've been wondering here, why are they not preventing Hikaru from continuing? And Hans does test out that theory and prevents Hikaru from disrupting some of that pawn formation, and in particular the pawn's ability to defend each other. I came up with a new word for this during the World Championship, Fiona. How do you feel about the crescent pawn chain?
Very
It's
fancy.
pretty good. It's pretty. I think it's the best one I've ever done.
I think it's good, but I think there's still some room for improvement. I think you can come up with even
Yeah,
better,
but it
but
could still be the
it's
best one
good.
I've ever done,
I-
even with room for improvement.
But even better than however the word you invented.
Uh, I don't follow.
I was making a joke. I was saying that you were the inventor of the word, however,
Oh
and
yeah.
that was a bigger.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a great joke. I do like Hikaru's position though. But the bad news is that I have liked his position against Mersin and Yumabayev as well. And both of those games, he kind of lost control of the situation later on.
Uh,
How never would be a good new word, though.
uh,
Poor Fifi puts up with so much.
she does put up with a lot, but always with a smile. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this position. It's very positional. It's not my level of expertise.
Well, if you remember what happened in the other games, I think you can kind of tell what's going to happen here.
Yeah, the problem is I don't remember.
Well, that is a problem. So to reiterate to all of you who don't remember how the previous games in this opening went, Hikaru moved his king up here. So let's just make some moves. King up here, pawn up here, and then knight back, and then pawn up. This is the general thing we're trying to make happen. And then the eval bar is not too happy because, well, apparently this is a bit of a different circumstance because, yeah, stuff is happening down through the center of the board. But this is the essence of the plan, and then it may need some adjustment. Maybe this time we go with the knight here instead. Oh man, yeah, no, the pawn's ability to kick the bishop out of its position is apparently a bit annoying if we're to believe the chess engines. Okay, something like this. In any case, Hikaru is trying to build up his pawns and he wants to make sure that anytime there's a potential trade, he can take back with his pawn, which means he keeps control of a very important center and avoids the black knight being able to use that.
What did Hans do?
Queen up.
Mhm.
Maybe Hikaru now should just go and save his bishop. Because in the previous games, the bishops have already always ended up being traded off. But maybe Hikaru can kind of preemptively retreat. Could be an idea. Queen out, that makes sense. Make space for one of the rooks to join in through the center of the board.
You were talking about saving his bishop. Is there any way that black can round up the bishop? Not really, right?
I guess not. Because if black now tries to make a trade between the bishops, they leave the pawn on the edge undefended. So you would have to push the pawn up first, but then Hikaru can go back. And now the benefit compared to previously is that he has this open area on the side of the board to activate his rook. In fact, yeah, I was going to say maybe you can go rook up here, but you have to address this pressure.
By the way, just to let everyone know, on board one, Murzin against Grigorian, it looks like Murzin is quite happy to make a draw. And wow, the Dominguez Grishuk has just ended in a draw. Breaking news! Which means that a draw is now in love for
He didn't even try.
Murzin.
Why are they making draws with all the pieces still on the board?
I don't have answers for you, Hammer.
Dominguez doesn't want to medal? Well, what is going on?
Yeah, I mean, this draw, the one between Dubov and Duda earlier, I do not
And Grishuk is now not controlling his own fate in the tournament. Like, both players desperately needed to win this game and they make a draw? Wow.
Let's open the Morrison game. They are already deep into the end game.
Oh yeah, no, this is over. He's the world champ.
Do you think that nerves could still creep in here somehow?
Maybe. But imagine getting this far in with the white pieces against a guy who's lower rated than you.
He's
Well,
not. That's factually incorrect.
well, it's factually incorrect for the rapid ratings, but in classical ratings, Gregorian is like
Okay,
25
let
something.
me.
Right?
I would love for you to be wrong on this. It's time for some payback. Gregorian, Karen. So Karen Gregorian is rated 2618.
Okay, never mind then.
And Volodar Murzin is rated 2664.
Oh, he
Actually,
has
he's very high.
2660.
Yeah,
When did
that's
he get that
crazy.
high?
And what's funny is
Well, he's
if you
about to be
guys
the world champion, so it makes sense that his rating is reasonable.
if you guys look up his FIDE profile, he has the cutest baby face profile picture. He looks so
Hopefully,
innocent, so sweet and innocent, but he's a killer on the chessboard.
Gregorian now has the advantage with the black pieces, according to the engine. Imagine trading off everything, all the pieces with white, and still messing it up. Merson is seriously slightly worse here.
I mean, we both know that some things you can get punished very badly by playing for a draw too stubbornly.
The two pawns are on the dark squares, which means that the two pawns are not working together with the bishop, and both the bishop and the pawns are trying to control dark squares, which means no one is taking care of the light squares.
Hammer, we'll have to come back to this one. Hikaru is very seriously better already against Hans.
We've seen that before. The Italian, what an opening.
I mean, it's
Ooh,
worked
it's a
so...
blunder. It's a trick. Double question mark from Hans Niemann, pushing that pawn forward, thinking that Hikaru needs to retreat. But Hikaru has an amazing response to capture that pawn and then push forward in the center, opening up for the rook against the queen, but also from the queen against the rook. The bishop can come in to defend the rook, but then pawn takes in the center, opens up an attack on the queen from both the rook and the pawn, and in addition, the attack on the knight. And even if the rook tries to move to open an attack against the queen, Hikaru can easily just block that threat.
This is huge. Hikaru is pausing. Will he A, spot bishop b5 and B, assess it correctly?
Well, the fact that he's paused probably means he spotted it.
If he spots it, that is very close to being game. This is it. This is a huge moment. But surely if Hikaru looked at this opening in a bit more depth, this is probably the theme that must have... No?
Oh.
No?
This feels very unique to me.
Hikaru is a very intelligent person, says Kaz. So, do you mean he should spot this? The power of the Hikaru intellect. Bishop b5. A huge move here. I think he will spot it. Otherwise,
Yeah, I think he already spotted it.
yeah, but I mean, he would. Yeah, no, sorry.
I
Go
think he's
ahead.
just double checking, right?
On the edge of our seats, bishop b5 is such a beautiful move, actually.
It's fantastic. If takes, attack against the rook. the threat of capturing the pawn. Can you defend? It's also the rook pointing against the queen. There's just nothing to do. You can take the pawn, try to attack the knight, but then queen takes rook, and turns out you cannot take the knight because of the pressure of the rook against the queen. And then Hikaru in this situation would be up by a rook versus a bishop and a pawn. Not even a pawn, just a rook and bishop. He did it! Let's go. Great move. Good awareness from Hikaru. And Hans Niemann is in big trouble now. Very unexpected trick, but a brilliant one.
Absolutely. What a find by Hikaru, who is basically in a winning position against Hans. He got 3 winning positions with this Italian. He only scored half out of 2 so far. This is the time not to miss the conversion here.
And what kind of placement do you think he can jump to with a win here?
Maybe 16, 17-ish.
Not more?
Maybe more. Top 15. There might be a lot of draws in the final round. Let me see.
Yeah, that's the impression I'm getting from the guys who both desperately needed to win. If both of them are making draws.
Yeah, but funnily enough, those guys made draws, but the rest, everyone is fighting. Lol, Dubov is already winning after 20 moves against Abdusattorov. That's, I don't know what went wrong there. Murzin is still within drawing margins. Still, computer gives 0-0.
If Merson loses, the tiebreak could be ridiculous. How many people could potentially be tied? 5?
I hadn't even thought of that. Where did I lose my standings?
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, actually, it's not that many people.
Not that many, no.
So at most, if Merson loses, we will have. Yeah, but we can get 5. Right?
Yeah, let's hope.
Merson, Grishuk, Grigorian, Alireza, Sevian.
I think Volodar will hold.
Wait, were you saying Arjun is playing someone on a lower point than himself?
No, he's playing Alireza.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, still well within. By the way, Leonid Minga is finishing on a 9 out of 13 and undefeated. One of the very few players. Volodar Murzin, the champ, if he holds this, has not lost a game so far either. D4, and Hans is kicking himself right now, realizing he just made a big blunder when he played B5.
And Hikaru did get the double exclam. Brilliance. For that exploiting that mistake. Spent 4 minutes on calculating it, but that was 4 minutes well spent right there.
Yeah, and we see the time ticking down now for Hans. I'm not sure what the best way is for Blank to put up some resistance here.
That's what Hans is trying to figure out. In the meantime, we have Hikaru's board, right?
Yeah, we have Hikaru's board. Let's check in with Murzin.
Okay, things are looking good for him. Merson is now down a pawn which sounds like it's a problematic thing, but his opponent has doubled pawns, both of which are blocked by a knight. So Merson really played that pretty poorly, in my opinion. But he has since handled his business very, very well. And as far as I can, I'm surprised he didn't push this pawn forward. But as far as I can tell, he's got the situation under control now. Even though he's down a pawn, there's just no way the black king or the black bishop can attack any of these white pawns. Merson is going to put all his pieces on the light squares other than this bishop. But there's just no way for black to attack him. So he's got this in the bag. He's going to be the world champion at 18 years old, not even ranked among the top 50 players in the world. And he's the new world champion.
I think he was the 59th seed in this tournament, which is pretty insane.
And he's beaten Hikaru. He got a bit lucky there, I would say. But he also beat Karana. He was not lucky there. That was just a wonderful game from him. And he's beaten some of the biggest names throughout, gotten one of the most difficult paths in this tournament.
Wrecker is making an interesting point. Another 18-year-old world champion this year, yeah. First Gukesh in classical time controls. Now Murzin in the rapid, if he can hold his own here. And who else is there? Who is another 18-year-old who could take the blitz?
Good question. I was trying to think about the same thing, but I got distracted by a message in chat with Stina saying Abdusaturov was also the 59th seed when he became the rapid world champion at 17. He actually beat Volodar by a year.
That's crazy, actually. A crazy coincidence. I was looking at Prague, but Prague is actually born 2005. Chat will have to help me out. I can't go through everyone. We're looking for a player who could potentially win the Blitz and who's born in 2006. Is he? Let's see. Lazovic is 2006. Good call, Hammer.
Thank you.
Very good call. And he is a Blitz beast, so we'll be keeping a close eye on him. By the way, maybe now is a good time before you people start running away if Hikaru's game ends. Tomorrow is a rest day, but the World Blitz Championship starts 2 days from now on the 30th of December, and it debuts a new format. All the games will be played on day 1 of the Blitz. That is 13 rounds. And after 13 rounds, the top 8 will qualify for a knockout to be played on December 31st. And that is a title that Hikaru will be chasing down. A lot of players now, especially with Magnus out. I mean, unless a miracle happens and Magnus somehow returns to play the Blitz, I'm not ruling anything out at this point. I don't think it will happen, but I don't think the chances are 0. So no, more chess tomorrow. No, tomorrow's rest day, but more chess the day after tomorrow.
And on New Year's Eve.
And on New Year's Eve. If you're in Europe, if you're like Hammer and me in Central Europe time zone, cancel all your party plans. The party will be right here. By the way, someone should check on Hans because he hasn't made a move.
He just played, but that took a gazillion years. He was really trying to figure out the best way of dealing with this. He spent 9 minutes he spent trying to figure out how he could possibly survive this. He decides to sacrifice his rook And then he does get one pawn in the center and another one thereafter. So right now, Hans has a pawn and a bishop in trade for a rook. But interestingly, there are some ideas here. I vaguely saw for a second the chess engines suggesting that there were some potential of sacrificing the bishop in front of the white king to open up there and create attacking chances. So this is by no means a done deal, but Hikaru, by being resourceful and attentive, he has given himself good opportunities to get a sweet win here before the blitz starts on the
He will
30th.
have to keep being attentive though, because if there was an idea with bishop h3, this position is not without danger just yet.
And Hikaru clearly knows that. So now it's his turn to start spending some time thinking about the situation. I think the main thing here is just don't get too passive. If Hikaru tries to move his knight back to try and put pressure on the pawn in the center, bishop takes pawn, queen goes after. Like here, Hans is down by an entire rook, and the chess engines still feel like, oh yeah, no, this is not. It's not clear what's going on here.
Yeah,
So
I mean, if I were white, I would be pretty scared here, I have to admit.
really, I'm amazed this isn't just instantly winning. But there are some very sneaky ideas here for bringing more pieces into the attack. And then White's queen is kind of offside on the other offside on the other side. Yeah, I couldn't find a different word than side, unfortunately. And apparently here, there's only one move for Hikaru to even survive. So yeah, he's being clever about taking his time here. The knight moves in, puts pressure on the queen. The queen needs to defend this pawn and it needs to defend the knight. So this move isn't really challenging Hans in finding the next move. Queen forward in the center is pretty obvious.
But then why hasn't he made it yet?
Yeah, no, because then Hikaru can just start trading stuff and get the queens off the board. But Hans didn't really have a choice. He needed to keep both of these things protected, so he does end up putting his queen in the middle. But now Hikaru can just start trading. Takes in the center, takes back, but this opens up between the queens.
Yeah, now we breathe a big sigh of relief. We're not getting mated any longer here.
And we get the rooks off the board. And with the rooks coming off the board, it also means that we now have a clear plan of how to try and take out the black pawn in the center of the board as well. This is very straightforward, I think.
Yeah.
So the trade between the pawns happened. The trade between the queens happened. Oh, Hikaru doesn't even go for the rook trade.
Is he going for knight b3 and just win the pawn immediately?
Yeah, so Hikaru's going for the pawn, but he is at the same time allowing the rook to actually do some damage. Because now if Hikaru tries to get rid of the rook, Hans can try and get his pawn forward to have the pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. And that pawn actually becomes slightly tricky to deal with.
Yeah, we need to still be a little bit careful. I have the Mersin game open, nothing much is happening. Do you want to pull it up for a sec?
No, I'm happy to just say that Mersin is still down a pawn, but he has the situation under control. I'm just, if they start going back and forth, you'll give a heads up, right?
Alert. Yeah, Hikaru now spending a bit of time Okay, so if not rook e1, then what?
Well, I think maybe you still go rook e1, but you're unhappy that you've allowed this pawn to start encroaching on your territory.
What
Is
about?
Merson trying to win? Is there any benefit to him winning?
I don't think so. I mean, a few more rating points, but
I mean, you'll take what you get, right? I'm gonna jump into that game a little bit, Fiona.
sure.
So what I'm saying, what I'm seeing now is that if Merson goes with a bishop back, this game is going to be over instantly, and they're just going to repeat the moves. But he could go for the win by bringing the king up, but I'm not sure what is the benefit of going for the win.
Nah, I don't think he'll do that. I mean,
Okay, he
there's
does move the bishop back, and we could be seeing the world champion being confirmed here in the next minute.
Clutch in the chat is saying he may not know Grishuk Drew. He 100% knows that Grishuk Drew. The tables are arranged in such a way that they would have been playing next board to one another. There is no chance that that Folodar doesn't know.
I'm very surprised Gregorian is not happy to make a draw here. Wow, he doesn't
Well,
move his bishop.
if Gregorian wins, he joins a playoff for the title.
Yeah, but his position is kind of bad, no?
I don't know. Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
What's the danger for Gregorian in the position?
Um so imagine, if you will, some kind of scenario
Where I'm suddenly losing is right.
Oh, well, that's a bad idea. I don't know. It's just that you can never move the knight. If you ever move the knight, the bishop comes in and captures your most forward pawn. And if so, just imagine the pawn is lost, and then you gradually try to move the king into the middle, and you use this 2 versus 1 you have on the king side as a distraction. While you try to focus your king over to this side and the pawns there. I
Okay.
don't know. I definitely think it's a lot riskier for black than for white, but he's up on time and he's won 3 in a row. So Gregorian is really feeling it today. And he wants to go for a potential world championship title. And who are we to blame him for such desires?
Yeah, wow, he won all his games today.
I
His
actually
last
read that on chat. So thank you, chat, for the
his last two
assist.
victims, Mamedyarov and Wei.
That's pretty good players.
Yep.
Okay, I'm not sure this is okay. Hikaru is still in a really, really good position. I swear Gregorian is going to move his bishop now. And if he does, we are going to see the draw that I'm expecting with the bishop back and forth. I just really want to catch the world champion moment, but yeah.
Let's see. Is there nothing that Gregorian can try? No.
I mean, all the pieces are on the light squares. Like he literally cannot attack the light squares.
Mm.
And once you start moving things, for instance, now this knight is completely tied down to the defense of 2 of his own pawns.
El Glusto is asking, why will Morrison be world champion? Some games aren't even decided yet. Because if he draws this game, he will have 10 points and nobody else will be able to catch him.
And 10 points is the score that no one other than Magnus has won with in recent years.
It's just such a huge result, such an upset. It's, I mean, as you said, maybe like him and Abdusattorov, the biggest surprise winners ever of the World Rapid Championship.
But at this point, it's happened so often that, you know, apparently we're supposed to expect surprises.
Mm. Hammer, maybe if you want to catch the moment Murzin becomes a world champion, can you maybe you can see Hikaru's position on the stream
Yeah,
and just say something about it.
yeah, no, the eval bar is going down for Hikaru. He has that Hans has that pawn one step away from becoming a new queen, and that pawn has really become very, very difficult to deal with. Hans also has a bishop defending the pawn, and every time Hikaru tries to get close to the pawn with his king, the king is just gonna get kicked away pretty immediately thereafter. So Hikaru's position has become very tricky to win. In the meantime, Grigorian has moved his bishop the check in against the black king because you want to prevent the king from moving up. And now, if Grigorian moves his bishop back, we will have the world champion.
A big
And
moment
Grigorian will
here.
have an amazing result, of course, as well.
Yeah, I think that Grigorian is one of the players who probably could do with the big prize that awaits him if he draws this game. I don't know anything about his situation, but there is a lot of play. He doesn't ever play top events. I don't know that there is too much support for the players in Armenia. I mean, Levon left over, I think, a matter involving a lack of support for chess. So, yeah, I'm sure he would like to play for a win, but I don't think he's willing to risk it all.
It's unrealistic. There's no chance Black is winning this, so you might as well take the draw, congratulate the kid with the win, and get a nice prize for yourself with a top 10 placement.
But no, probably not a medal. Yeah, too slow a start. But yeah, top 10 finish would be a great result for Grigorian. He's at the 3-minute mark now. If he plays bishop e3, we will see bishop h4 check. Getting very close to being over. Bishop e3. Bishop h4. I think we're about, well, we won't see the handshake, but we will see the draw flash up, and we will have a new world champion.
A big surprise world champion, an 18-year-old again.
Yeah.
First Gukesh, then Mersin. The 18-year-olds are thriving in the world of chess this month.
He's still thinking, but bishop g5 has been played.
And now Mersin will claim the draw. It's confirmed. Congratulations, Volodar Mersin. At least I can pronounce your name a little bit better than Abdusattorov. But to be fair, in the last couple of years, I've gotten a lot of practice talking about Abdusattorov, and I have a much greater understanding of his name than I did that first time he came as a kid out of nowhere to win the championship. And frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if Mersin becomes someone we get to know in the next couple of years. Is Hikaru's in trouble? Hikaru's in trouble because now if the knight is kicked out of its placement, if the knight has to move away, then actually the only thing preventing Hans from getting a new queen is this knight on the E1 square. And Hans is trying to get his knight in to eliminate the white knight. Right now, that's not possible because there's an extra knight giving defensive help. But Hans can just move his king up and then move the knight in. And it's really, really tricky actually for Hikaru to keep the pawn away from becoming a new queen.
And I mean, it's so crazy in chess how, I mean, after bishop takes b5, a lot of us thought this game is basically over, but then one careless move. I mean, it's so crazy in chess how quickly, oh God.
Question mark for Hikaru. Hans with the advantage now, although I'm not really understanding why. Hikaru's really struggling with the fact that he can't get his king into the game, whereas Hans has free reign to walk around with his king as he wants. Pawn to f5. That was one of the recommended moves. It's still very tricky to me. Hikaru's going to move the rook back. That's basically guaranteed. The rook up.
Why is knight e3 so strong?
Well, knight e3 threatens knight to c2. It's all about trying to take out the blockading knight that Hikaru has. And Hikaru's struggling to get his king into the... Honestly, Hikaru might want to play something like pawn to h4 just to go knight to h3 and then the king up. But now he has to deal with this threat, so he has to move the rook back into defense.
This is looking very, very difficult. The problem is once the rook comes back, Hans is going to use his king. I mean, there's such a big difference between the two kings here. The white king is completely stuck. Meanwhile, the black king can now join the game.
I don't know what's going on with the question marks, but that was the only move to hold, to keep Hikaru in the game. But it's probably not going to be enough. Hikaru needs to go pawn here, I think. No, he needs to go rook here, and then he needs to go pawn here.
Hey, king d4, the only straight up winning move for Hans here, but he did just play king d5.
Well, but on the other hand, this pawn is under attack.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense defending the pawn that's under attack.
But can you...
Finding king forward is a bit tricky.
I don't even know what the difference is between king forward or playing c5 first.
Um, well, it probably has to do with... I don't know. It has to do with knight to c2, I think. Okay, Hikaru does play this h4 move I was talking about. He wants to create a space for his knight so that his king can move in afterwards. But now Hans is coming with a king. g3. I'm not sure what the point of this is. Oh, he's creating space? No.
I mean, he's also just, he doesn't have that many moves, does he?
No, but I want to move this knight out of the way so the king can move in. Apparently, one of the only
10
winning
seconds for
moves for
Hans.
Hans is c5, which is difficult to understand. Okay, Hans makes a mistake. Now Hikaru can sacrifice his rook.
He has to sacrifice.
Well, yeah, no choice, so he has to do that. Takes, takes, takes. King moves up. Knight still blocks the pawn. Oh, this is why Hikaru played g3. He's a genius. That is so good. Hikaru played g3 so that when the king chases after the knight has an ability to escape.
Oh my goodness. But has he not taken yet?
I don't know. But that was such a clever move.
Could he be tempted
really
into playing knight
to
g2?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh goodness, thank goodness.
Okay. So the knight was almost trapped, but because he moved the pawn forward in front of the king, Hikaru was able to get the knight out of there. Hikaru is still under big pressure because the black king is so much more active than the white counterpart. So Hikaru still needs to play very accurately here. Hikaru's going for the counterattack against the black pawns.
This is not over.
Hans is going for the pawn on the left side. Hikaru can then go for the pawns on the right side. Hikaru first brings his king in. So Hans now has to commit to taking out this white pawn. And then Hikaru will have to rush the pawns up. No, Hikaru goes after the black pawn. Hikaru can still win this. He can still win this. Because now if takes here, knight goes after this. Damn it. Apparently this is the only winning move. That's difficult to find.
That's very difficult.
Okay, so apparently now knight to e7 is a losing mistake, but it makes a lot of sense. Just trying to eliminate that black pawn. Hikaru can play it safe. Hikaru can play it safe. No, this is not playing it safe.
I just realized one thing, one important factor is that the black bishop matches the queening square on h1. Otherwise, we could play this endgame with a lot less risk.
Hikaru is spending some time here. That's a good decision from him.
So what does he have to do? Knight f4, king e3.
King e3 makes a lot of sense. But essentially what he has to do is he needs to sacrifice against the pawn. But he needs to do it in a way where the black king is not able to get back into defense.
And knight f4 is just, they're the same, yeah? Knight f4, king e3, it's just a different move order.
Yeah. I think this is very difficult to find, though. It's so tempting just going after the pawn. Also, g4 might be okay. Okay, g4 is not okay. Oh, this could be spicy.
Yeah, but not the kind of spice that we like.
Ooh, he does go g4. Gets a question mark. Objectively, might be winning for Hans now, but it's gonna get a bit weird.
But he's just gonna lose a piece, no? He can't stop the pawn from queening any longer.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he loses. Like queen versus queen and bishop is very easily draw. Ooh, but the bishop prevents the pawn. Hans is trying to get a new queen, but Hans is going to have to capture this knight with his bishop, but then Hikaru is going to get a new queen. I think. Pawn forward, knight back. Oh no. Oh, even this is winning. I was thinking Hans needed to take out this to get a new queen, but then Hikaru is alive. Because then Hikaru is just down a bishop. Oh, and that's what happened.
He did that.
Niemann could have won it instantly with the king forward because the bishop and the pawn on their own could have won this game for him. But instead, we go into both players getting new bishops, new queens.
Still not a fun endgame to play, but at least we are alive, which we wouldn't have been in that either endgame.
Very difficult to play this.
Yeah.
Queen here, maybe? No, you can't do the queen trade. Oh, this is so tricky for Hikaru. He always has to avoid the trade between the queens.
And from a practical point of view, I don't feel very optimistic.
Oh, he changed his mind. He was about to put the queen on a square where it would be traded off, but he moved it back, looking for a different square. I think he realizes just get the queen as far away from his king as possible.
Yeah, queen b8. That is such a tricky. Okay, that's what he does.
Good move from Hikaru.
Also, it's not okay as black. What do you do? You just try and get your king closer, or what?
I don't know. I think this is very difficult to win as black. But maybe you just shuffle the pieces and then randomly win. That's probably the best strategy.
There is a question in the chat. How does he lose if he trades queens? The problem is that black will be able to hold on to their final pawn.
I can't calculate that. I'm just trusting that that's what's going to happen based on the eval bar.
Yeah. I guess it also depends on there might be some trades which are okay. Like, let's say, for example, now, if it were white to play queen f4 takes, and let's just make any king. Yeah. Yeah, no.
So the problem here is that the bishop gets back, which keeps this diagonal defended. And then the bishop defends, and then the king comes in. And at some point, you end up in a situation where you have to move your king, but then you move your king away from the pawn.
Okay,
So
so I don't
maybe
think
Hikaru
we can
should.
ever trade queens under any circumstances, basically.
I don't think that's true. I think I like h5 here. Yeah, I like this move because now we make sure that the pawn is on the dark square. So now there are some queen trades that can be good for us. Yeah, not that one because then the pawn was under attack. But just to give the example here, oh no, even this you're not in time. Yeah, okay, so just don't go for queen trades.
But okay, but queen g5, that way, trading queens that way, that would be fine.
Yeah, because so queen g5, we would, well, actually here we would win because there's no stopping the pawn. But even under circumstances where the bishop could stop the pawn, the bishop would be so distracted. No, it feels like this should be pretty easy for Hans. He's just going to get his bishop back and start targeting this pawn on the edge of the board.
I mean, also right now, king
Hikaru
f2
finds king
finds the
f2 for
only
some
move.
reason.
I was just, yeah.
For some reason, that was the only way to play. Don't really understand why, but now he might just start checking like crazy.
So I guess Hans is gonna go to g7 and block the jacks with bishop f7.
That's
We can
reasonable.
take it from there.
I don't even understand how this is not just impossible to deal with.
How
I
many
guess
moves to
we have
50?
to
I think
check.
many.
I think we have to pin the bishop. Ah no, but then the queen is able to take the pawn. Yeah, no, the pawn
Doomed.
is dead. Yeah. The pawn is dead. Oh my god, these Italians for Hikaru. He was winning every single Italian game. And he ends up only getting half a point out of 3.
Yeah, this game is, I mean, one move, knight d2 and suddenly rook e2 and things got very tricky. Yeah, this is the worst possible way to end this tournament.
Fortunately, everyone starts over on 0 points. for the blitz. That's the big consolation.
This endgame is awful as well because you can't really resign, but you just have to sit and suffer and think about, you know, how you got a winning position out of the opening.
Is this going to be the final game of the tournament?
No, there's plenty of games going.
Anyone fighting for something?
Alireza just got a winning position against Erigaisi. Anish against Fabi is still going. Dubov is winning against Abdul Sattarov. Those are the three
Alireza
games.
could get bronze.
Probably, huh?
Right now, it's Mersin, gold, in front of Grishuk, silver, and Nepomniachtchi, bronze. But if Alireza wins, which Fiona says he will, then he's going to join Nepomniachtchi and Grishuk, and one
The
of them is
Russians
not going to
making
get
a
a
big
medal.
comeback in this tournament. The Indians had been stealing the show somewhat lately, but yeah, the fight back has started.
I guess right now is one of the first times in a long while that there are no Russians in the top. Oh, Nepomniachtchi is number 8, but if not for Nepo, the Russians are struggling. There's only right now on the rating list, if you don't go for the live list, there's only one Russian player above 2,700. That is the craziest thing. I guess
I
that's
mean,
because Grishuk is inactive. No, Grishuk is below 2,700.
what?
Wow. Classical.
That is crazy. When did that happen?
I don't even know. But also, like Yesipenko is not over 2,700. Tomaszewski, all the classics. Russia literally only has one player in the
Why
top
even are they
30.
in the country rankings? Country. Wait, they're still number 1? No. No, they are even out of the top 3, Hammer.
Wow. Well,
They are
that also
number
has to do with everyone changing federations, though.
True. So US is number 1, India 2, China 3, and then Russia. And what about Norway? In 17th.
What about Norway?
This it really sucks that we had to deal with such painful games both days in the last game. It sucks a lot more for Hikaru, of course, but yeah, this is depressing.
Is there some kind of stalemate trick here? If we could do a Rosen trap, that would be nice. King has way too many places to go, though.
Alireza, at least in the chess.com rankings, he has won his game, but he's behind Nepo. I don't know if chess.com have the right settings. But
Half a tiebreak point behind Nepomniachtchi.
but could that still change depending on some
Well, I
other games?
mean, it depends on who Niemann played, right? Okay, confirmation is in. Hikaru has resigned. And that also did not change the tiebreak situation between Alireza and Nepomniachtchi.
What a shitty way to end this tournament. We could have a look at the final moments between Giri and Fabi.
That's two big names. I'm assuming one of these guys played. Okay, never mind. Did that
Dubov,
change the tiebreak situation?
nope.
No. Are you
Dubov
really
against Nordiberg, that could still change the situation.
I'm amazed none of those guys had played these two guys. Wow, board 6 is still playing.
Yeah.
Wait, is Dubo gonna join them on the sum? No, because they are on 9.5, right?
Yeah, he will get to 9 if he wins.
Well, Dubo just has an extra bishop, so I don't see. Wait, what? What just happened here? Okay, suddenly it says there was a draw between Dubov and Norderbeck, but someone was up by a bishop there.
We are being joined by Hikaru, by the way.
I hear? Or
Hey, can you hear us?
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Let me just set settings. Yeah.
Yeah, we were just talking about this being a really shitty way to end.
Yeah, I
tournament.
mean, I think what I would say is, I mean, there were a couple things. First of all, obviously, I was simply way too tired by the end of today. I mean, there's no doubt about that. As far as this end game, I mean, letting him go d3 and d takes e2 was just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it's not. I mean, there probably are many ways to be better, but I basically played the only way where it can get complicated. So I'm not really happy about that. But the main thing that I did really poorly throughout the day, and not just in the last round, but I mean really every game today, is I just, as soon as I got too low on time, I mean my brain just didn't work whatsoever. Like a good example was the game against Dayak, where it was completely fine, and then as soon as we got into this massive scramble, I mean I was very lucky to not lose that game. And the same thing happened in his final game where I missed like 20 different things. As soon as he played knight d1, like I mean, I almost blundered the game with knight e4. And then there was another moment where I almost played a one move blunder. I mean, it was just very, very bad. I mean, to put it mildly. Um, and yeah, it's what it is. So very, very disappointing. But what I would say is that overall, considering the way the day had gone, it wouldn't have changed anything. If I were playing for first place, like, and I lost this game, I'd probably be really, really unhappy. But because I wasn't playing for the top three, at least, it's not that big of a deal. But it's definitely disappointing, to put it mildly.
Besides the chess, how was the mood in the playing hall in New York today?
Yeah, I mean, I think overall it was relatively fine. I mean, I don't think there was like some massive drama or anything around it. You know, I think you know, it was fine.
Are you looking
Merson is
for?
the new. Sorry.
Oh, Merzen won?
Yeah, the new champion.
Yeah, I mean, I think he played very well. You know, I think when I look back at my tournament, that's the one game that I'm very, very unhappy about because you know, I had chances. I was a little bit better. I mean, I wouldn't go as far as say I should win or anything, but I was a little bit better. And then I mean, I made two bad moves and he punished me for it. So, you know, the silver lining at least that I lost to the person who won the event. I think when you look at you know, the Russian players very specifically, they have not had many opportunities over the last couple of years for pretty obvious reasons. And I think someone like Merzen, who's pretty young, he's been one of the unfortunate casualties. So to see him win is obviously very, very nice. Definitely to see one of the young kids do that is great.
It's actually triple Russian with Grishuk and Nepomniachtchi taking the podium.
I mean, I obviously didn't have a chance to look. I mean, I just got back. Yeah, I think you know, it's maybe a little surprised to see all three of them up there, but at the end of the day, I mean, you know, Grishchuk's a very battle-tested player. He might be a little bit older now, but still very strong. Same thing goes for Nepo. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too surprising in terms, you know, what you have for the standings, because you have two great players and then you have someone who's on the rise. So not too surprising, but yeah, it's what it is.
Are you looking forward to the Blitz tournament?
I mean, I think as far as the blitz goes, the main thing is to not be creative. I mean, I felt very strongly that today, I mean, for no reason, I was very creative at moments when I should not have been. You know, it was this first game against Brandon was so bad. I mean, I played this Bishop G4 F3 Bishop D7, which was insane. I never should have done that. And then I played B5, which was also horrible. So, you know, it was a really bad day. And I mean, I think it's also kind of ironic in a way because this last game was in many ways, I think probably the best game I played. Like I was just winning out of the opening and then I found a way to throw it away. So, I mean, obviously it's good to have something to look forward to versus not versus like going home after this event, certainly. But all in all, I mean, it's just you know, I didn't have high expectations for the Rapid, but to finish the way that I finished, I mean, was really kind of, it leaves a sour taste in the mouth because yesterday against Merzen should never have lost that. I mean, to be fair, Brandon played a great game. I mean, he played a great game against me. And I think he might have even beaten Wei Yi in the last round. I didn't actually see what happened. But I mean, it looked like he was much better in that game too. So a lot of credit to him. And then yeah, in this last game, I mean, Hans kept the game going, and yeah, I mean, just made it complicated for no reason. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's how it goes.
Yeah, he lost the last round to
Oh,
Wei,
he
but
lost away? It looked like he was much better to me when I looked. But no, I mean, this last game actually I was thinking about, you know, I was going to play this knight 91, knight df3, and then I played f3, and I allowed this 93, knight d1, which was completely insane too. And just like, yeah, it was surprising. It's surprising how strong the pawn on e2 becomes in that endgame. Although I think even that endgame I probably was drawing, but like every game, like as soon as I get low on time, like my brain just like I played g4, and that was not my initial intention. I think I was going to play 97. Was it 97 I was going to play? I forget what it was. I was going to play something, and then I played G4. And yeah, just crazy. No, actually, now I remember. No, I was going to go, actually, I was going to go knight f4 right away, and then I played king f2. I was going to go knight f4, g5 takes, and knight e6, and that probably is an easy draw. And then I ended up playing king f2, king c3, knight f4 for no reason at all. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate situation to be in these days where it's like you know that if you get low on time, you're gonna struggle, but yeah, it's what it is.
will you maybe be playing some like warm-up games before the Blitz over the board?
I mean, I don't know. I thought, I mean, I got good positions. Like the issue for me was like I got good positions in a lot of the games. It's just that when I got low on time, I just like, I mean, I just couldn't find the moves. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe 10 seconds is the wrong increment. Maybe I need to play with 2 seconds. But I mean, it's just so bad. Really bad. Like really bad. I don't even have anything better to say. It's just that bad.
But don't you think that playing a few games might help before the Blitz? Because top players
Um,
these days, they don't play that much over the board Blitz, do they?
Maybe. I mean, I think if I look at the last game between yesterday and today, though, I mean, it's very clear to me that I was just too tired. I mean, I was just way
Mm.
too tired in both of these last two games, and then my decision making wasn't right when it got down to the crunch time. So I don't know if it's so much about blitz. I think I still can move fast, but it is true that in general I didn't have many massive scrambles. So maybe I'll play a few games. I mean, maybe I will, but I think yeah, I think that at any rate, I mean, I'm glad that this happened where I wasn't in contention, because if this happened where I was in contention, like I probably would be very upset with myself. But you know, it's what it is. But you know, that's life.
I just have one final question. Djokovic
Hmm.
was interviewed today, and he said they are still trying to get Magnus to play the Blitz. Do you think there's any chance that will happen?
I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. I'd be very surprised if Magnus will play. Maybe he will. I have no idea. I mean, I think at this point it's very unlikely. But that's, you know, that's Magnus and Fide's fight. Like they can figure out. Was it Emil who said that or not?
At Djokovic.
Dvorkovich said, yeah, I mean, if it's Dvorkovich, there's more of a chance, but like really, I mean, I think also, you know, that was another thing today is I think that you know, I wasted way too much time, you know, talking about it, thinking about it, yesterday. And I mean, honestly, I'm a little bit sick of all of it. I mean, I'm really just a little bit sick of it because, It's just like it's just a bad situation. I don't think there's any way to be happy about it with what's going on in general, but like it's where we're at. And I mean,
Hammer,
I
if
think for the people who are probably, you know, watching as well, like, you know, I'm not like it's not the end of the world, obviously. Like I got a winning position against Hans. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna go tweet something or whatever, like a complete idiot. But that's his prerogative, obviously. So for anyone who thinks that, like, you know, it's gonna be some big thing, like if I were in the running for the top three, I'd actually be pretty upset. But the fact that like even a win would have gotten me, I don't know, like top 10 maybe or something, like it's just not that big of a deal for me. It's more just like I'm a little bit confused as to how I did that in this game, but also the game against Merzen as well. I'm just a little bit confused as to how exactly I found ways to lose positions that I should never lose. So yeah, it's rough. It's rough, but you know, I think at the end of the day, I have to remember that going into this, my goal is to do on the blitz. I did not have high hopes in the rapid, and give or take a couple of games, and you know, I could have maybe contended for the top three. So there's always a silver lining to everything. But I think the biggest thing that I learned from the last 2 days is like at the end of the day, like I'm gonna not at the end of the day, but at the end of a very long day, I'm going to I need to have more energy or something, because I didn't have it. And the 2 games between this one and yesterday were, well, this one obviously didn't matter, but the one yesterday was very, very critical, because if I don't lose yesterday, I would have had a legitimate shot at finishing in the top three. So at least I figured out like what I did wrong. And at least I got good positions. I wasn't getting blown off the board. That's probably the most important thing, is that it's not a situation where like I was losing out of the opening in every game. I generally was pretty competitive. So it's all good for anybody who thinks that like I'm like super tilted or unhappy. I mean, it's disappointing, but it's not that big of a deal.
Do
but
you
if
have
you
a team? Oh, sorry, Fiona.
Yeah, it's just very quickly, if you say that you figured out if the lack of energy was an issue at the end of the day, how is that something that you can fix before the Blitz, which is gonna be another
Well,
very long
it means
day?
that I just have to go have to go find a coffee shop nearby and get a bunch of coffee. That's all there is to it. If I can do that, it's fine. I mean, I think, you know, it's yeah, this one specifically, I mean, the decision to let that pawn get to E2 versus playing knight B3 and just trading the B pawn for the D pawn and reaching a technically winning endgame is just, it's something that should never happen. Should never happen in a million years. So yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm not actually I'm not like super unhappy or anything. It's just kind of wasn't meant to be. But again, when I look back on it, with Merzen scoring what, 10 and a half, was it? He scored 10 and a
10.
half. A 10, I mean,
10.
still 10 points. I mean, that's a huge score. So, I mean, even the idea of winning all the games today wasn't really there. So, yeah, I mean, congrats to the people who won. And I mean, hopefully in the Blitz I can play better when I have less time to actually think, because I think a lot of my decisions were, a lot of my big mistakes were when I had time to think. Like even this game, didn't I spend a bunch of time before playing Rookie 1?
Rookie.
I think I spent like 2 minutes before playing Rookie 1 and Rookie 2, which is
Yeah.
just also just completely crazy. I mean, completely crazy. Like, what am I even doing? Yeah, but yeah, it's just how it goes. Just how it goes. I mean, frustrating, but you know, it's what it is.
Hammer, you had another question.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna ask if you have a team with you at the venue
Well, I mean,
between
my
the
wife is
games.
obviously playing in the women's event, and I do have my second here. So there yeah, I mean 92 also, if I'm gonna play it, I should play Rookie 1 right away as well. I mean, for anybody who's watching it, like, I mean, this was a game that, I mean, I probably win this game 99 out of 100, and this is the one time. This is the one time that I don't win it. And when that happens, like that's just how it goes. I mean, it's just how it goes. So like it's just, yeah, it's crazy, but you know, at the end of the day, it's unless your name is Magus, although even even he's had some struggles lately. Unless your name is Magus, you usually do it's usually not it's not always going to go your way. So yeah, that's just how it goes. And I mean, not super happy, obviously, but it wouldn't have changed much other than a little bit of prize money. So yeah, that's just how it goes. And also, yeah, one other thing as far as having a team here, yeah, I mean, I do have people here, like I mentioned. You know, I think the main thing is mostly you just want to have a pretty chill vibe. I will say, you know, one of the big differences with this one versus other past events is that with the other Rapid and Blitz that I've played, they've had room so that you can have people who are actually on site. For this one, they don't have that. So basically, I either have to leave and go out. You know, or I have to spend money to buy a ticket. And I mean, obviously I'm not going to do that. So that is the one big difference as far as things go, is that, you know, I do have to leave and come back to a hotel before I can do anything.
Have you been doing that? Did you ever go back in
Yeah, I mean,
between?
usually in between the rounds, I'm leaving the playing site. That's what I'm usually doing. I'm leaving the playing site. And yeah, it's how it is. You know, it's not ideal perhaps, but it's also not something that's like, you know, it's not something to really complain about either. It's just kind of whatever. That's just how it goes. So, yeah, it's, you know, not a big deal, certainly. I mean, I think yeah. I mean, it's funny, you know, everyone's going to talk about this game that I lost to Hans, but honestly, the loss to Brandon is so much more embarrassing. I mean, for him to play A4 and lose the way I lost is like, I mean, 1,000 times worse than the game against Hans, even though I'm sure that's all anyone's going to talk about. But yeah, it's what it is.
Hikaru, I don't think we have any more questions, so we're just gonna say thank you for coming by. Best of luck for the Blitz, and if you want, you can end the stream.
Yeah. So I hope you guys enjoyed the show, even though it wasn't meant to be. I mean, I think we knew that pretty early on, but yeah, it's all good. So hope you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see everybody in a couple of days for the Blitz. So I'll see you then. Have a good one, everyone.